And here we are. Making an attempt at solving the Minx of Madness. This has been a long time coming. This puzzle was originally made 2 years ago, and I tried solving it 2 years ago, but I was defeated. I worked on it for, I want to say 8+ hours, and did not get even a single center done. And what I mean by center is, one of these faces, roughly. And this is a Minx, by the way. This is a puzzle with 1,000 pieces. This puzzle has just under 6,000 pieces, so it's 6 times as many as this. And for context, a normal Rubik's Cube has, I want to say, 27 pieces. So a couple order of magnitudes more. All right. Whew. Make sure everything's set up here. I do have a slight error, a slight mistake. That the video is unlisted. Can't have that. Okay. And this does appear to be live. It's looking good, looking good. Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, we are working now. Okay. Oh, sweet. Okay, there's people in the chat already. Awesome. All right, I'm just about to start the attempt here. It has been 8 years since the last live. It has. I went live in 2015 for the final assembly of the 22x22. This is the one and only other time I've ever been live. And that ended in disaster and ended up having the puzzle fall apart. Hopefully this live stream, not the same fate. I think we're going to be okay. I'm going to start by solving the white side. That's where I've decided we're going to begin here. And yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and we begin. All right. This is going to be a pretty slow solve, as you might imagine. I'm going to start by making a bar of these star centers here. The cool thing about a puzzle with this many layers is you almost don't have to look very hard to find the pieces that you're going for, because there's going to be a couple white star centers on like every single face, pretty much. So it's pretty easy to get started. You're gonna have moments where you struggle, but don't give up. Do the unthinkable. Oh, thank you. Is the turning decent? The turning is not super great, if I'm being honest. This is going to be, I think this is on about the limit of how bad the turning can be and still solvable. You can see here that like the turns are a bit catchy, but we're not having, at least not yet anyways, any like problems with pieces popping or anything. It's going to be slow. It's going to be more of a test of patience here, and it really, The thing is, it does take concentration, because like I feel like this puzzle, it's not fundamentally too difficult not to pop it or have things catch. It's just like right now I'm pretty focused on this. But the question is can I keep that focus up and not make any mistakes? So we'll see. So far, so good. 2 minutes in, and we're making pretty sparse progress here. Well, this chat is going by way faster than... I can't believe I'm witnessing history beginning right in front of my eyes. So... Now, my estimate for this solve, my goal here is I'm going to try and get this puzzle solved in under 50 hours. That's my goal. 50 hours, which sounds extremely slow, and it is, but it's just the way it's got to be for this puzzle. Making a little bit of progress here, 3 minutes in. We have some star centers beginning to form. What center are you going for first? I'm going for the white center. What's happening with the 51 by 51? It's pretty much an abandoned project at this point. It didn't even really, like, I didn't run into any problems necessarily. I just decided it was too much, at least for now. And I'm kind of glad that I waited, because with the recent new world record, the 34 by 34, I mean, that puzzle has such impressive turning quality compared to this puzzle and the 22 by 22 that I'm definitely going to want to study how Matt Bonner did that and try and apply that new understanding to any future puzzles I do. And I'm pretty sure, 99% sure, that if I made the made the 51 by 51 today, it would not have been anywhere near solvable in terms of turning quality. And I think that the standard going forward for record-breaking puzzles really should be solvability, which is what I'm trying to demonstrate here with this Minx of Madness here. Can we solve it? We shall see. Do you think you'll solve it before Christmas? Yeah, I'd hope so. If all goes well, I can solve it before the end of European Championships. Probably not before, but hopefully before it wraps up. Or definitely not before it starts, but hopefully before it ends. So I am just going to be streaming. Okay, so we'll see how practical this is. I have a tendency to kind of bite off a little bit more than I can chew, but I'd like to stream for about 10 hours a day, every day until it's done. I want to I don't want to pick away at this over the course of a couple weeks or months or anything. I'm going for this all right here, right now, this week. So hopefully that works out. Oh, sweet, we got 8 concurrent viewers. That's awesome. Oh, wow, 12 current viewers. That is super cool. Just for 6 minutes in. Oh my goodness. I wasn't sure how many people would get watching. Of course, I'd imagine it's gonna fluctuate quite a bit, like more towards the very, very end, and more towards the very beginning here. But welcome to everybody's just joining us. So these layers definitely are not all equal in terms of turning quality. Given the shells of the puzzle, every 3 layers, there's a good layer that turns really well. So I'm going to want to be strategic about trying to use those good turning layers as much as possible. It's unavoidable that sometimes you have to use the layers that don't turn as well, but it's something that I'm going to try and keep in mind while I'm solving. And every now and then I want to make sure, just kind of go around, make sure that there's not any like pieces falling out in the back here, which I just wouldn't be able to see. The puzzle is too gigantic. But so far, and I re-scrambled the puzzle yesterday, and I've done like a bunch of test turns, and so far, and I'm probably going to jinx it now that I say it, but I've not had a single like pop or piece dislocate out of place over the course of like a couple hundred turns. So I'm hoping that we're not going to have too many disasters where I have to spend a whole bunch of time pulling pieces out and putting them back in and dealing with that kind of stuff. Did you say 10 hours? How do you have that much time to waste? I've pretty much taken the week off of work for this. Normally I don't have that much time. But you know what? It's been 2 years since I built this puzzle. It's time. Okay, so I'm looking. Okay, so here's the piece. One thing that is such a big improvement over my previous attempts is I have this like little like rolling platform thing, so I can just like really smoothly and efficiently like, okay, there's the piece, and I can roll it back. It's just nice and smooth motion for the camera. The puzzle's not like shifting all over the place while I'm turning, so that's going to be quite nice. It's already proving to be quite nice already, so that's a big improvement, which I think for puzzles this big, or at least this particular puzzle, having that little rotating platform thing is super nice. I was thinking 1 to 2 hours, but maybe 3, but 10. Yeah. Hopefully you won't experience massive piece separation. Yes, trying to avoid the massive piece separation as much as possible. I might need to tension things as I go. I already feel like this green center is a little bit looser than I'd like. I'm gonna go ahead and tension that real quick. I do have nylon threaded nuts in the core, so in theory the things shouldn't be getting accidentally loosened up as I'm turning, but that's just theory. Not sure. Have you calculated how long it should take? It's pretty up in the air. I have no idea really, but I'm shooting for under 50 hours. Took a week off work. It's great when you're your own boss. You can just do that. I'm gonna be solving my little baby Mega Minx in solidarity. That's awesome. You can probably get an average of in the I don't know. You could probably do an average, definitely more than an average of 100 in the amount of time to just solve this once. Okay, so now we're having a little bit of a lockup here. I'm not sure where we're getting stuck. So this is unfortunately the kind of thing that can happen sometimes, is a weird lockup halfway through a turn that I don't want to like force. And I also don't want to go the other. Oh, there we go. So it clicked. And another slight issue is I'll have like lockups like this and then forget like what I'm even doing because it takes like so much focus to address the lockup. There we go, we got that piece. We're almost done. One of these little center blocks here, or star center chunks. Are the stickers falling off? For the most part, they're holding up real good. There are a couple stickers, like there's one here, here. There's a couple stickers per side that have fallen off, unfortunately. They are glued down, so they shouldn't, most of them should not be falling off under any circumstances, but I was rushing a little bit while gluing down the stickers, so there are a couple that are falling off, and I'm just gonna have to glue on some new ones as it comes up, which is not great, but it is what it is. Let's bring this down here. I do have a solve strategy where I'm trying to, I'm gonna try and avoid physically picking up and like rotating the puzzle as much as possible. Mostly due to just endurance. This puzzle weighs, I believe, 20-something pounds, which really isn't that much to pick up and rotate. But if you're going to do that like hundreds or thousands of times over the course of a solve, that's going to be pretty hard on the arms and the shoulders and the back and everything, just through sheer repetition. So I'm going to try and be okay. So we have a slight layer misalignment here. The layer alignment, like there's no corner cutting at all, is essentially what this puzzle doesn't have any ability to kind of course correct. So I got to make sure that our layer alignment is pretty good here, and it's definitely not right now. So it's just, unfortunately, unlike a cube, you can't just like kind of like plop it down on the table and get everything aligned, because this layer that needs to be aligned isn't touching the ground at all. So it's just, it has to be aligned manually. Acorn, I'm working on a massive puzzle myself, and I was wondering what material performs the best in your opinion. I've printed everything in PLA, which really just comes down to ease of printing. It's a great choice. There are not going to be any problems. For the core, you're going to want to print in probably like PTG or something a little bit stronger, because the issue with PLA is it doesn't do well under prolonged tension. It will eventually fail, which is definitely a big issue for these giant puzzles. So you don't want to print your core out of PLA. Probably want to print it out of something with slightly better mechanical properties. Like for this puzzle, for example, it is all PLA because I wasn't like proactive in getting different materials for it. But whenever I'm not solving it, I loosen the tension on all the centers. So in storage, it's not under any excess tension. It's just under the minimum tension needed to not fall apart, basically. So then when I wanted to solve this puzzle, I re-tensioned everything. £20 is way better than the 34 by 34 weighing 98. Yeah, I am honestly shocked that Matt Bonner made a puzzle that big. I mean, I think it's justified given just how absolutely amazing the turning is on that puzzle, but I think the challenge for solving it, and I feel like Matt is probably crazy enough to try and solve it. If I had to guess, that's part of why I'm solving the Minx of Madness now, because I'm like, okay, bigger puzzles exist, and it's time to get my world record biggest puzzle ever solved thing in now, because I think the window of opportunity is closing here. But yeah, I mean, if Matt was to solve the 34 by 34. I think that the biggest challenge is not going to be the turning. It's going to be just physically moving that puzzle, flipping it at 98 pounds. I mean, that is a workout. I'm sure there's... I assume you probably wouldn't want to use reduction to solve it. You probably want something... It would almost be worth it to have some method that's optimized specifically to reduce as many cube rotations as possible. Like, for example, for this solve, I am going to use something slightly different from your standard giant or higher order Minx solving strategy. Nothing too crazy, but it is going to be a little different. Okay, so it's at the point here where I'm going to have to start looking for specific pieces because again, this puzzle has so many star centers that, and up until now, I've just pretty much just been kind of like, oh, there's one here, and I've probably not solved that specific one yet, so I can just bring it over and not even worry about it. And in this case, that is true. Okay, thanks. I'm printing everything in ABS Plus as my heated chamber has no issues with it. I do seem to have a bit of trouble with tolerances. Stacking. Attempting 45 by 45. ABS Plus. Oh yeah, if you have a printer that has the heated chamber and you're having no issues with that, that's definitely, I think, a better option for sure than PLA. 45 by 45. That is amazing. I wish you the best of luck with it, and can't wait to see it when it's finished. I wonder how far along you are on that. You have problems with tolerances stacking. So what I did to solve that problem, because that does become a big problem with all of these giant puzzles, is what I would do is create these things called reference blocks. So I'd create, I would essentially, to use this puzzle for example real quick, in my CAD software, I'd take the centerpiece and then these star centers and this middle edge here, and I'd fuse them all together, and then I'd fuse all the wings together, and then I'd fuse these ones together and create kind of a U shape, and then 3D print that with the standard tolerances on everything. So then I'm left with a U shape that is exactly how big this block of centers need to be. And I 3D printed a block of these centers, stuck them into that reference block, and saw how the tolerances matched, because the tolerances might be a little too big, too small, and I just manually adjusted the I adjusted the tolerances on all the pieces bit by bit over a few iterations until they were perfectly fitting into that U shape, perfectly flush, not any tension, not any wiggle, not any yeah, just perfectly, not too big, not too small. And that's helped a lot. And I think that Matt Bonner did something similar on the 33 by 33. So that technique is good for dealing with tolerances being stacking too big or stacking too small. If you say 3 turns per solve piece, 10 seconds a turn, that will be the 50 hours in your solve. Is that what the math works out to be? Oh man, it might be worse than I thought then. I hope I can figure it out. Finish the 3 by 3 parts, cores, edges, and corners. might make a post to show the progress, and I'll definitely try block sections for the tolerances. Okay, so you're nice and early on then. You haven't started printing the centers. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, definitely cool to see posts and progress on that. I'm curious, do you have any like other big puzzles that you've done, or is it just you starting off with the 33 or with the 45 by 45? So that is a very ambitious goal. I think that's just under. That's right around the 10,000 piece mark. That's pretty crazy. I think maybe I want to say just under, or maybe just over. Or it could be well over. Can't do the math off the top of my head. By the time you solve this thing, are you going to take all the footage and compile it into a time lapse? Yes. That is the plan. I have this POV. This is the webcam POV here. I also have another camera that's kind of over on a telephoto lens, so getting a different angle on this that's recording a time lapse. And I also have an overhead camera that is recording as well. So I have 3 angles on this. The overhead one can't be continuous, but the other 2 can. So yeah, I'm gonna have a time lapse when this is all said and done, and also edit it together from different angles and stuff. And this webcam, I got the settings to a point where I think is pretty decent, but hopefully the other camera is going to be slightly higher quality for this time lapse as well. But yes, there is going to be a time lapse. There's going to be definitely not a real time solve video of this, just because it would take too long. But there will be a time lapse of the complete solve, start to finish. Which I'm pretty excited to put out. I'll probably have, I might do like a YouTube short or something that's just like the super compressed version, and then probably like a 5 to 10 minute long, still insanely sped up version. It's a bit over 10K pieces. Oh my goodness. You've done a 35 millimeter 7x7. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. That's so cool. Okay, well that kind of experience is definitely going to help. Working with tight tolerances, making some big cubes. Yeah, because you're going to need... I mean, Map Honor went the direction of very big pieces. I'm not sure exactly what the millimeter count per layer was, but there's definitely a lot. It looked like almost a full centimeter. And for my puzzles, I generally do the 5 millimeter standard. Whether that's optimal or not is probably... It's probably not. It's either too big or too small, but it's just kind of like what I'm used to and working with. And I remember when I was trying to make the 51 by 51, I mean, the ledge length would have been insane, even at the 5 millimeter layer height. So it definitely makes sense to try and make those pieces as small as possible so you don't have a puzzle that's like too gigantic. I think that the 34 by 34 is like pushing the limits of how big you can make one of these puzzles and still have it be like at all practical. So I'd imagine if you want to make the 45 by 45 work, it's going to have smaller layers. All right, I'm kind of curious. Let's see how many concurrent views. Oh, 15, sweet. Got 15 viewers, that's awesome. Yeah, 26 minutes in here, and we're slowly grinding it out. The thing is, this puzzle is going to become exponentially faster to solve. The first layer is by far the worst. Okay, I think I've exhausted... I can't seem to find this uppermost. There's one here. Is there one that I can do without a puzzle rotation? Looks like it. No. So I am gonna have to rotate it, and let's try and decide what makes most sense. Probably this. Oops, bumped the mic. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, I spent a bit of time trying to get those mic settings to where you guys can still hear the puzzle turns, but hopefully they're not too loud. They're not like as loud as my voice. But how long do you think it will take? About 50 hours. Have you built this yourself? Yes. So this is a custom 3D printed puzzle. I designed and printed it from scratch. So this is a one of the kind. This is a 21 layer Mega Minx, and it is the only 21 layer Mega Minx in the world. And there is no puzzle this big that has ever been solved before. So if I can pull this off, then it will be a world record for biggest twisty puzzle, physical twisty puzzle anyway. There's been digital ones that have been solved that are bigger, but in terms of a physical puzzle solved by hand, this will be the biggest twisty puzzle ever solved. So pretty exciting. I'm losing stickers here slowly, but I do have extra, a full extra set of stickers, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I'm using 5mm inner layer for the pieces, but on the 34 by 34 had the advantage of easily having enough space for the center screws. Yeah, the center screw problem is always a bit of a doozy. The thing is, though, even though Matt would have had more than enough space to add a center screw, he still made it an even layered puzzle to just avoid the problem entirely. Which I can definitely respect that. That's the route that I went, is just to make it an even layer, just to not even worry about it. Gosh, it's hard to keep up with the chat here. I once solved a 19 side Minx on the app. It took me 14 hours. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's with perfect turning in the app. That takes 14 hours. This puzzle has 2 more layers, and real world turning. Oh man, dreading how long this is gonna take. But I think it's gonna be much better. My first attempt I didn't live stream, and that was kind of depressing. You know, just doing it alone. So, well, not depressing, but I think I'm gonna be having extra motivation since I am live streaming it. See, which CAD program did you use? I used SolidWorks. But I think there are other programs people are using these days, but I couldn't make any recommendations off the top of my head. I've been experimenting a bit with making stuff. Well, for my main job, I do a lot of like 3D work in Blender. So I'd like to do puzzles in Blender if possible, but it's just not a traditional CAD program, so it's a little bit tough to... It can be done, people have done it, I just need to see exactly what the workflow is and figure it out. But if I'd prefer using Blender moving forward, just because like I use that program so much just in my normal job. And it would make presenting renders and stuff just look super nice. What's the biggest digital you've solved? I don't think I've ever solved a digital puzzle of any size. Okay, let me think here. I've lost my train of thought, which is okay. It's gonna happen a few times on this puzzle. There we go. All right, so we're moving this star center into place here. I think you can solve a normal Mega Minx this technique easily. Changed a little bit, yeah. The design of the cube has an edge length of 400 millimeters. Oh boy, yeah, that is a big one. That is, I'm trying to think, this puzzle here is, its whole height is a slightly under, it's slightly under 400 millimeters, I'm pretty sure. It's like 350, I want to say. So, like, we're talking about a cube that's, like, taller than this, even with this little platform here. That is crazy. I mean, I guess it would still be a lot smaller than the, or at least a little bit smaller than the 34 by 34, but still, oh my goodness. Why didn't you make it stickerless? That's a good question. I think I just like, as much as it's super annoying, I am a bit more of an old school cuber. I've been around for a long time, since like before stickerless puzzles were kind of the standard for big cubes, and it used to be in the WCA you couldn't, like, it was against the regulations to use stickerless cubes. So I don't know, to me the stickerless look just kind of has this like aesthetic, or the stickered look has this like aesthetic to it that I really like, even though it's a lot of extra work and has the problems of the sticker pieces falling. Like, this puzzle is like, this puzzle has more physical stickers than any other puzzle. Since the 34 by 34 was stickerless, this puzzle has more stickers than the 33 by 33. So this is the most stickered puzzle ever made, which is kind of cool. I think it has like a good look to it, but I think I will make any future giant puzzles that I make stickerless again, like the Atlas Minx, just because it is so much more practical. It has such a clean look. You're not worrying about the nightmare of stickering the puzzle and having the stickers falling off and all these. It's difficult to maintain stickers that look good and professional looking on a puzzle this big, for sure. But I also had a plotting machine. Like, I cut all these stickers myself at home, which I think was probably part of the decision. Just kind of like geeking out and nerding out and like getting the plotting machine working and seeing it cutting all the stickers. I just thought it was a really cool thing to play around with and to try. So it pretty much just came down to that as my decision for why I wanted to make it stickered. It's pretty much just for the challenge of it. Does it break apart easily? Not had any pops so far. I've been turning this thing for 35 minutes. Not to say that we've necessarily accomplished a whole lot in 35 minutes. I mean, I'm trying to solve as quick as I can while replying to chat here. But here we go. That is the first little bar, little bit of this journey. Baby steps, baby steps. Someone could probably do this digitally in 2 hours. Oh yeah, definitely. If you're pretty good with the digital controls, I'm not sure exactly how they do it, if it's like keyboard or mouse or whatever, but yeah, you could cruise through this very, very quickly digitally. Relatively speaking, 2 hours is still a long time for a speed solve. Okay, so we're gonna start making bars here. I started off with white just because it's a easy, it's such an easy color to spot all the pieces that I gotta do, so. Yep, so I'm gonna start with this bar here, and I'm just gonna take it nice and slow. I'm already seeing, let's see here, like 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces that are all already on this bar segment, so, and then 1, 2, 3, okay, so yeah, there's a lot of pieces already solved here in this bar, which is one of the saving aspects of this puzzle is it has so many pieces. Like there's so many layers that like there are going to be a bunch of pieces that are just default solved, at least at the start of every center building. So that's going to make our life a little bit easier. You know, 6,000 pieces, but a bunch of them are going to be solved by default. Obviously, when you solve the last two centers, by default, the final centers, you know, it's just solved. You don't actually have to mess with the 200 or the 495 center pieces on each center. So yeah, this turn is proving a little bit difficult. There's some weird catching going on. It really does not want to turn. Oh, there we go. I don't not like the feel of that though. There's something I don't like here. Oh, okay, this turn's feeling better the more I make it. But we want to go nice and slow here. We don't want any catastrophes. But again, it's one of those things where I start focusing very heavily on the turn, and then I can't remember specifically why I'm even making this turn. It's for this row of pieces right here. But yeah, we're having troubles here with this. I think that's got it. There we go. Ooh, there's a little bit of pieces here kind of coming undone. So I want to make sure everything is looking good. That was a particularly bad turn. Most of them are not that bad, but there are going to be a few ones where, for whatever reason, there's something internal in the puzzle here where it's just not liking this turn. And this was definitely an example of that. I think we can go ahead and tension the white center a little bit here. That should help. All right, falling behind with the chat here. Let's see. Let's hope that don't experience mass piece separation. Yeah, is it fun to solve? It's this puzzle, I'll say this, because I have tried to solve this before last year. This is the hardest puzzle I have ever experienced. It is mind-melting to try and solve. So it's fun in a way, but it's definitely it's definitely an experience. I don't know. It's gonna be both fun, really kind of fun, really fun, and also kind of maddening to try and solve. Living up to its namesake. Okay, so we have this 2 layers here. We're gonna go nice and slow. Every third layer has extra, it turns extra smooth. So sometimes like when you're trying to do 2 layers, the puzzle wants to do 3 layers by default. But yeah, I might want to switch the axis that I'm doing all of these slice turns on, because for whatever reason the white side seems to be catching, which is not great. So I might want to slightly change up my technique, or the side, because not every side turns quite as well as the others, and it's looking like white is not as good. So that's the kind of thing I am going to have to take into consideration here. All right, let's find where are the pieces. Okay, so now we're doing the 3-layer slice. That's going to be easier. The turn's giving me flashbacks. Yeah. A lot of people wondering what happened to the 51 by 51, which is probably going to be a question I got to answer a few times during the course of this solve. But the 51 by 51 is pretty much an abandoned project at this point. It proved to be too much for me to solve, or too much for me to to take on, at least at the moment. I might revisit it eventually, but for now, I don't have any plans to finish it. Okay, so I think I am going to switch axes here just to try and see if we can get slightly better turning out of the blue side here. So we're just going to try and avoid messing with this bar. Okay, and we have this piece here, which we're looking for, so that's good. I do have this shelf back here, which has these lights, which I'm going to try and avoid shifting the puzzle where it bumps into it when I turn, but it's a little bit of a tight space here for the filming. Are you acquainted with what kind of turns will destroy this thing? I've honestly not had any totally catastrophic pops on this yet. Hoping we can just avoid that. This puzzle is, I want to say, relatively stable. It is catchy, but it's not too impossible to turn. So hopefully, I mean, I know where this puzzle's strengths and weaknesses are because I did make it. So I am, like, I have a pretty good feel for, like, where we're pushing things a little too far, or, you know, where things are going to start falling apart here. Okay. Let's see, how we doing here? Still 12 viewers. Nice, nice. Coming up here on, I guess not quite 1 hour. Still got a little bit of time. But yeah, I'm not rushing. I'm just going nice and slow. Taking my time. This is a marathon, not a sprint. It's kind of surreal to finally be doing this. Things, you know, I think there's gonna be a lot of ups and downs, highs and lows, and right now I'm on one of those high points where it's like, yeah, I can do this. This is not completely unreasonable. It's feeling good, but it's still so early. The vast majority of puzzles would just have already been solved by now. You know, if I was solving a Terra Minx, you know, mission accomplished on the Terra Minx already. I think the fastest I've ever solved a Petaminx is about an hour, maybe slightly over an hour. So that would also be kind of coming in on the home stretch, but for this puzzle, given the turning quality, you can see here I'm really struggling with just this little turn here. This puzzle is a different beast. Okay, so we're missing... Okay, yeah, we have two pieces that we're needing here. So we have this piece, and then if I were to look, I believe 3 down. 3 down. So we have 2 of the pieces that we need that are right here on this slice. So we're gonna go ahead and move that into position. This is gonna be not a very fun solve. Oh, I got a sticker here on my finger. We're losing them, unfortunately. I haven't run into a situation yet where there's a sticker that I need that has fallen off. It's probably gonna be a little while before that happens. He's not Russian, he's American. The moment I said that, I knew somebody was gonna make that joke. But I am neither. I'm also not an American. The hidden third option of Canadian. Okay, there we go. Any turn that's not a complete catchy mess, I'll take that as a win. Yes. Also, I haven't even been thinking of this with everything else that's been going on. I spent a lot of time on setting up this live stream, and there's 3 cameras running right now, which I should actually remember to stop and start the upper one, which can't run for very long. That one's also going to be limited by battery life as well. The phone camera over there shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, with everything else going on, I forgot that this puzzle would benefit quite a bit from a steady supply of lube, which I got quite a bit on hand here. Ready to go. But we'll see. I'm not sure exactly how I want to apply it. I want to get as little as possible on the surface, just because it's going to mess with the stickers. What are you working on puzzle-wise right now? Not too much, honestly. I don't have any current projects. It's probably not a very well, it just is what it is. I've been very busy with work. It happens. But I was able to make time for this puzzle at least. Or to solve this puzzle. Eventually, I mean, the main issue right now is a lack of like a good workspace. I currently don't have a super great place to work most of the time. Because most of the time I'm living with other people, which was a little different from before when I was living alone. It didn't really matter if I had like a 3D printer going all the time, but now it's there's a little bit more of like noise constraints, and my bedroom can't be a puzzle building, a place where I'm building puzzles. Okay, actually no, messed up. I thought there was this piece right here could go there, but it's mirrored. That's gonna happen a lot. Think a piece is the one I'm looking for, but it turns out it's not quite. Just reminded myself if you're solving a 3x3x3 under ice video. I gotta get back to the underwater, under ice solving as a genre. That was a lot of fun. Okay, is this the piece that I'm after here? It is. Unfortunately, this is gonna be a little bit annoying to get at it. Actually, if I rotated it over to... What would be the best way to liberate this piece? Probably one rotation here, up, and then to there. Okay. Yeah, there's something that I've wanted to do for so long, which is attempt the most Rubik's Cube solved underwater world record. It's just one of those projects that's just never quite come to fruition yet, but I do know an official WCA delegate that doesn't live too far away, and I'm pretty sure if I ask nicely, I could have him adjudicate an official attempt at solving most Rubik's Cubes underwater in one breath. But I would also have to train for it. My breath holding abilities and speed cubing abilities are both not quite up to par right now. I don't think I could. I think Kevin Hayes has the official world record right now. I'm not sure if I can quite beat Kevin. I can I can hold my breath longer than he can, but he's just so much faster at speed solving that I'm not sure I could make up the difference right now. You should do it with a lifeguard. Yeah, that's one of those things. There's got to be people on standby. Like, it's got to be a whole thing. It's not something you can never, like anything free diving related, never ever do it alone. That's just a very important thing to keep in mind. I know that there was this guy from Canada who he did a underwater solving attempt, and he did something that is a big no-no on any kind of free diving world record attempt, which is he hyperventilated before going underwater. And if you hyperventilate before holding your breath, it dramatically increases your risk of blacking out while you're underwater. And that's what happened during his attempt. And if there weren't other people there to pull him out from under that would have been a tragic situation. And I think Guinness World Records still considered the attempt a world record, even though he blacked out, which is definitely not a ruling I would agree with, because it sets a very bad precedent that you can just solve until you black out and then have somebody pull you out of the water. I think that's very, very dangerous. What is the record? I don't know off the top of my head. I believe it's like 12 or 13 cubes. Something around there. And somebody asked which center I'm solving. And it is the white center. It could be kind of hard to tell. Oh boy. This is... okay, I think we finally got this turn. I am going very cautious here with this turning. I could be a bit more aggressive with it, but I really, really do not want to have a disaster where this puzzle falls apart. I'm definitely going for the slow and steady approach. What is that 6x6 below? I have no idea which 6x6 this is. I can't remember. I got it a couple years ago. Okay. I've actually been getting really into 6x6 lately, which is something I never thought would happen. I just picked it up the other day, and originally I wanted to get just a sub 2 single, because I had one sub 2 ever, and I was so frustrated because I've had so many like 2-minute flats that were with double parity, so I was just like, it was cursed. I really wanted to break through, and I don't know what clicked, but I just did like 1,000 6x6 solves and started like regularly getting sub 2s, and my PB's down to like a 151. So that's been a lot of fun. I also have a couple sub 2 means as well, which I'm pretty happy about. So doing a lot of 6x6 a lot lately. It's pretty much the only speed solving prep I've done in preparation for this beast. And giving an okay signal so blacking out wouldn't forfeit any normal freediving record. underwater cubing would have the same way, you would think. Yeah. Oh, Matt Bonner's here. Hey, Matt. Corin, would you come to Worlds in Seattle next year? I am really going to try and make that happen. I really want to go to Worlds. So if I'm able to sign up / qualify, I am going to make it happen. I haven't been to a World Championship since 2013. And it would be really cool to go now that it's in North America again. I've also been spending a lot of time in the States. I kind of go back and forth between Canada and the States lately on the West Coast. So it's not even that far away from where I've been staying in the US. So I'd really like to make it happen. It'd be cool to meet everybody. If I still have this puzzle and I haven't sold it yet, then definitely bring in this puzzle to Worlds. And I might go to Worlds even if I can't like actually sign up for any of the events due to like qualification or whatever, but we'll see. That would be so much fun to meet everybody. But yeah, it's funny. I remember you asking me that question about Worlds 2013, like 10 years ago. Or 10 plus, like 12 years ago now. And yeah, I was able to make it. Okay, gotta refocus here for a second. We're coming up on the 1 hour mark, and I got this bar here and then this string of white centers, which is almost hard to see just how small the pieces are. Yeah, we're making progress here. This is coming together. Let's get this second half of this bar here in place. And, okay, I gotta think. All right, we gotta start just assembling this here. We have couple pieces. I'm trying to make sure that these are, yes, okay. I think it's definitely worth it to take an extra second to think about an efficient way of moving the pieces around and solving them. Saving a slice move saves a few seconds on this puzzle. And also avoiding as many switching of the axes as possible is also nice. Come, dude, I want to see you. Yeah, I really want to meet you too. I saw you. I was watching the live stream at North American Champs. Loved the costume. You were on the live stream a little bit. I think on 4x4. But yeah, no, it'd be super cool to meet you and yeah, just hang out with everybody. Are you bringing the 34x34 to Worlds? Where is the best place to obtain stickers for custom puzzles? I have an unstickered 3x3x5. Extensions. I think for a 3x3x5, assuming that you did that with a standard 3x3, I think anywhere that sells just normal 3x3 stickers, you probably don't want one, any ones with this is not a stickered puzzle, but anything with the little fillets, these like little rounded bits, you probably just want to find some standard 3x3 stickers that are just perfect squares with slight rounds that are even. I think that'd work well for a extended 3x3x5. And I'm not sure which places sell 3x3 stickers. I'm pretty sure any puzzle that sells, or any place that sells puzzles online is probably gonna have a sticker option, or a place where you can buy stickers from them. I remember I think my very first custom puzzle ever, back in like 2010, was an extended 3x3x4. So the shape-shifting 3x3x4. I was very proud of that at the time. So extended puzzles are a fun place to start. Okay, I'm gonna think here for a second. I know I spotted the piece that I want. Oh, there's one of them. And oh, we have like so many of the exact same piece that are just like duplicated. That's annoying. But okay, we have one of the pieces that we're after here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and bring that over. Originally, I was hoping that I could do more of a POV shot, like take the camera and bring it here so you can see exactly what I'm doing. But unfortunately, this puzzle is just so big that there's just not enough space between me and the puzzle to have like a good POV. Whereas with most puzzles, there's a lot more wiggle room so you can get a good POV going. But hopefully this is not too distracting or too difficult to follow along. But then again, like even with the POV, I think this would be a very difficult solve to really like follow along exactly what's going on, just because of how long each turn takes, and even I get a little confused as to what exactly I'm doing in the moment. That's okay. All right, we're making progress on this very first bar. Slowly chipping away at it. Let's see here. I think there's two pieces that I'd like that are right here. How could I best extract them? Probably this, and then hopefully the green. This is the light green. Hopefully the light green slice is okay. This turn, I think, has like a very slow light. This deepest turn has a very small chance of like a catastrophic pop happening or anything, but it's got some weird kind of internal lockiness going on. It's definitely an imperfect slice. Okay, so if I move these two out of the way, our bar is here, the piece we're working with is here, so we should be fine moving it this direction. Direction doesn't matter. Yeah, there's like a... There we go. There's a slight pop. Okay. Do you have any smart cube puzzles? For example, the GAN Mini U Free Play? No, I don't have any smart cubes. I got a PB on making a fused cube. 53.4. PB. Like you solved the fused cube? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Does the puzzle jumble? Thank you. This puzzle does not jumble. It doesn't jumble or bandage. It is pretty much just like any other higher order Minx puzzle. Okay, and we have this piece. Okay, yeah, we're getting some good turns in here. All right, 1 hour and 6 minutes. Let me just shake out my arms a little bit here. This is gonna be a long one. I already there's been a couple times where I've done like an average of 5 on Petaminx in one day. And my arms were hurting pretty bad after that. So I think day one here, we're feeling pretty fresh. I didn't do very much solving yesterday. I wanted to be as fresh as possible for this solve. I think I solved like 2 sides of the Minx just to kind of like remind myself of what big dodecahedron solve strategy even is, but yeah. I am it is going to get more and more physically challenging to solve this as we get deeper into it. Okay, so taking a moment here, what are we missing here on this bar? We have this one, 4 down, 6 down, and 7 down. Okay. Here we have 5 down, which we already have. Let's see. This one is... Oh, is this 4 down? Okay, no. I have been looking at the top of the puzzle here. There might be some options. I might want to go ahead and flip to a different axis. Because I'm not seeing much here. This is pretty scarce. Trying to find a good deposit of pieces. Kind of curious how many viewers. Ooh, up to 14 viewers. Looking good, looking good. Wonder. I'm not sure what our peak viewership has been. That's cool. We're slowly accumulating here. Okay. I'm back at it here with a fresh set of eyes. Gotta keep fresh. This is 5 down. We don't need that. We already have that. Okay. So we're gonna have to do some sort of shift here. Let's try moving the puzzle like here. Rotating it into this axis. Wasn't expecting to like run into not being able to find pieces this early. Okay, yeah, we have 2 good ones here. We have 2 of the ones that we're missing, actually. That's perfect. All right, so we're starting to make progress on this very first bar. Oh my goodness. But again, this puzzle becomes exponentially easier as time goes on. It's just a matter of getting some momentum going. That's the hard part. The farther we go, the easier it gets. Because every time that we solve a piece that's one location that the other pieces that we need to solve no longer can be in. So, okay, we're struggling a little bit with this turn. Hello to everyone coming in. Okay. Come on. 2 layers, 2 layers. Shouldn't be a problem. Getting some little bit of catching here. There we go. But now, okay. Now I gotta like remember what I was doing and why I'm doing these 2 layers. Where are the pieces that I needed? There they are. Okay. And then we can bring this back. Okay, there we go. And then, no, we don't need that piece. All right, let's see what's on offer here. No, wait. Yes. Yes. Okay, we have one of the pieces we're looking for. This piece, I'm gonna bring it up here and then over. I am so loving this this little rotation platform thing. It's just making life so much easier. Especially since like there's so much on a puzzle like this, kind of like rotating it during a turn in order to like make sure that nothing is catching. So having this is really nice. And also having this puzzle on a pretty high surface makes it a little easier too. If this was like much lower and I was like solving it in my lap, it'd be a lot harder. Though I think that, I don't know, I probably wouldn't have solved it in my lap if it was stickerless and I didn't have to worry about the stickers falling, just because sitting it on a flat surface does just make layer alignment a lot easier. Oh yes, we're I think one piece away from completing our first bar here. There it is. It is beautiful. It is glorious. Here's the bar I'm working on. It really doesn't even show up as being super striking in video. And let's just get that. I'm gonna very quickly get up and check the other camera I have, just make sure it's still recording. That's pretty cool. It can record for over an hour straight, which is nice. Just reset that recording. Okay. Focusing up again here. We are after this piece, so 4 rows down on the right. So I'm just gonna look here, look in that spot, try and find 4 rows down. Try and just like shift my focus so I'm only looking for just that one specific sticker. And here it is. It's actually right here, so we need to shift that. Definitely not the most convenient location for it, that's for sure. I think the best option here would be make sure we're not messing up our work that we've already done. Okay. The one thing that I'm happy with about this puzzle, at the very least, is the outer layers are pretty good, which is definitely something you want. Oh, that was a smooth end to this first bar. There we go. Okay. So there it is. Now we can triumphantly put it in place here. As we very, very slowly work on center 1. On the very first center of this puzzle, which honestly. My goal here in the first 10 hours is to solve one center, which will be the white center. And I don't know. I don't know if we're going to manage it. It might be asking too much, even though that doesn't sound like a lot. Kind of brutal. Oh boy. And there we go. So that is a nice little chunk of progress here. Feeling pretty good about that. Things are about to get a lot harder though. I think what I'm gonna do is I am just gonna solve this kind of standard, one bar at a time, slowly working up, filling this out, and then making one of those side chunks, and then another 2 bars here. So this bar that we just accomplished, we got to make like the equivalent of 20 something of those. Oh boy. Hoping that I slowly become a little bit faster as time goes on. Beyond just like things scaling and getting easier. We'll see. Because this is definitely a pretty brutally slow process so far. All right. We need one of the star centers that is this star center. I'm seeing already 3 pieces that are actually, let's see, how many, we've got 5 solved pieces in this row already. So I think that's what I'm going to want to build off of. I'm just trying to find, there's one right here, which we could use. There's another one right here. So it doesn't seem like there's an option to not rotate the cube. Actually, one strategy that I was thinking about using that I guess we could try now is to rotate this like this. So we're not actually rotating the puzzle, we're just kind of doing a bottom turn. And the main benefit of that, more than anything, is just to keep me from getting disoriented. This puzzle, it all looks the same at a glance. It's very visually monotonous. And it can be kind of easy to lose your bearings. I'm trying to avoid that, especially when the turns aren't working super well. Okay, so this pink side here is feeling pretty locked up. There we go. So we got that. There we go. We're not breaking anything. And there we go. We got this piece in place here. And it is in the top. Actually, we probably want it, undo that turn I just did. Rotate it like this. Ooh, I felt something weird. There we go. Definitely don't want to hurt this puzzle. Doing the wrong turns. Okay, so let's try and get this turn happening. The second to last is maybe the worst turn of the entire puzzle. It's not a fun one. Ooh, okay. We got it, but at what cost? It's looking okay, actually. There we go. There we go. Let's remember why I was doing that. Just get that in place with this, and oh, okay, we actually have we have a piece in place here. So what I want to do too is we're gonna like rotate this thing out of the way so we can make turns here and not worry about breaking anything. Okay. So these pieces, we can bring them in. I'm trying to find a balance between putting pieces in that are already solved, so it's like convenient. But you can see here, this is about the worst possible case. It's actually really hard to see, but like we have this edge and then a solved center and then a not solved and then a solved and then a not solved and then a solved. Like it's actually checkered. So it's just going to involve a lot of extra slice moves to slice in every single missing piece, which is kind of unoptimal, but also probably slightly faster than just ignoring those solved pieces and solving them in a more linear way. All right, so now we got to start finding some of these missing pieces, and once they start getting to be floating, like these pieces are not directly attached to the star centers, that is when this starts to become a little bit mind-melting to try and find these pieces. So, okay, think left. I'd like to find some of the lower ones. Really unfortunate if they were locked up on the center. There's one here, but is it even what we're looking for here? It's 5 off the top. Which actually, no, that is a piece we're missing, I think. Now I actually can't remember. Oh, wait a minute, right here. Okay, here's some material that we can work with. Oh no. Oh, dear. I guess for now it doesn't matter. This is starting to get a legit kind of hard to solve. Or at least some of these cases are a little bit difficult to wrap my head around. There's pretty much just one piece here that we can use. Okay. There we go. Okay, do we have any more pieces here though that are usable? No. Oh, I believe that 5 off the ground? Yep, there's one here. So it really is, I mean, it's 6,000 pieces, and a lot of these pieces are just solved one at a time. Kind of brutal, but it's just how it has to be. Well, we had a peak of 21 viewers. That is crazy. That is awesome. Okay. Yeah, it's still such early days here on this this solve. Nothing too dramatic happening. Okay, so we're looking for a piece here. Let's see, what's the frames dropped? So far 0.3% of frames dropped. So that's actually really good. I was a bit concerned that the quality of the stream might be too bad, but it's looking like it's relatively decent. I'll have to listen back to it and make sure that the audio is not too bad, but okay. Left. Oh, found one of the pieces we were looking for here. It's like a very, very slow. Oop, I didn't like the sound of that. What was that? Very, very slow process. And I'm sure that, like everything, you get better at it as you go. So I'm sure that after hours and hours of solving this puzzle, I should become like a bit more efficient with it and like hopefully beyond just things getting exponentially easier due to having less places to look. I'm hoping also that I'll just get better at this. Okay, so we're making progress on bar number 2 here. We have a missing 3 up on the left. How would I describe this piece? It's on the left hand of the star center, and it's 2 over. It's on the second row, and it's 3 up, which is, I just gotta think that piece, regardless of the orientation of the cube. So I'm just looking on each side, trying to see if it's not on any of these. It's also not on the top here. I don't think it's on the side. So it's probably on one of these bottom rows. Well, it has to be on one of these bottom sides. Oh, is that it? I think I found it. Nice. Yep. So for the sake of efficiency, I really should be looking for more than one piece at a time. But my brain is incapable of processing any more than this. It's already a little bit mind melting. So many different colors, so many different spots, so many it's this puzzle, and this was something I noticed last time as well, is just psychologically exhausting to try and churn through. It's yeah, it is just brutal. Your brain just kind of it turns to mush. It's just looking at all these colored squares. There's just so many of them. 6,000 of them. And unlike a cube, there's just 12 colors. So many more places that each piece can be. Ugh. But that's okay, that's what I've signed up for, that's the challenge. Okay, so I gotta... But I think this live stream is going pretty well so far, at least from a technical perspective. So I'm happy about that. Glad there's some viewers. Thanks everybody who's watching currently. I'm sure that I'd like to. I think that when the days from now, when we're coming in for the final solve, I'm sure that, or the final push to get it done, I'm sure there's gonna be at least a few more viewers. Or I don't know, we'll see. I really gotta find some way to get the word out. I'm sure people will tune in day after day. Probably not watching it, well, obviously not watching it the whole thing, but tuning in every now and then. Stopping by to see how things are going. It's a little bit exciting here at the beginning, just because, everything's new. But then it will slow down a bit as we get into the sort of monotonous middle section of this solve, where there's going to be days where it doesn't feel like a whole lot's happening. Just because it's, I mean, progress is still being made, but it's just after the first side is done, the second side is going to be kind of whatever. It'll be a little faster. And again, I do have a strategy of once the white side is done, I'm going to stick it on the bottom. And then I'm going to solve one of these sides, but instead of solving it in place, I'm probably going to put the blocks up here on the top. So then, I guess it might not matter that much as I thought it would. We'll see. On my first attempt, I actually tried a different strategy from the one that I'm using now, where right now I'm making full blocks. or for full bars that go across the entire center. Whereas on my first attempt, I tried to just like make them, I tried to solve it like in half bars and then solve like every single one of a certain kind of piece and then move on, kind of process of elimination thing, which I don't know if was necessarily the best plan in hindsight. Okay, we're getting caught up on something here, and I'm not sure what it is. There we go. Also, I guess this is a good opportunity. Whenever I see a section that clearly has never been lubed before, I'm just gonna go ahead and sprinkle generously. Hopefully improve turning as we go just a little bit, because I know in turning can improve quite a bit. We've definitely not maxed it out here. Okay, so that is half of this next bar done. Sweet. So we have this row here of white pieces, of white centers. Thank you for the good luck. Okay, so now I have to shift gears mentally once again. We're going to do the mirror of everything we just did. If we can. I think the lube is going to help a little bit with things not catching as much, but it's mostly just like reducing friction. This turn really doesn't want to happen. That's not going to make a big difference, but a little something. There we go. Okay, things feeling a little loose here. That sticker doesn't feel too bad, or that center doesn't feel too bad, is it? This also doesn't feel like it has much give. Just a weird little bit here. Let's see how that turns. That turns a little better. Okay. Okay. So, let's see which pieces are going to be relatively free, which ones are going to be a little bit more difficult. We have 3 up from the top here. That's the piece we're looking for. Relatively easy to get in place. There we go. Starting off strong on this second bar. Let's focus in here. Where did that go? Oh, goodness. I feel like the pieces I was just trying to solve disappeared. Which kind of happens. It's it does require so much focus to solve this puzzle. sure European Championships is going to be well underway by the time this thing is solved. Be interesting to see if Simone can keep the momentum going into another championship after a pretty crazy performance at North American Champs. I was watching all the finals while setting up the live stream. Okay, we got one piece here. It's 5 off the ground. Do we want it? No, we already have one. I'm hoping I'll eventually get better at scanning for pieces as well. So right now we have, in this bar, we're missing this one, the inner one. We're missing 4 off the ground. We're missing 6 off the ground and 8 off the ground. And 9. Okay. So I'm not seeing too much here. Oh, we have a little we'll have a little chunk right here that's got oh, does it have any of the pieces we actually need though? It has one of the pieces we need. Okay. So let's see, where is the side we've already started on? It's right here. We've got to be careful. What's the best strategy? And then where's what we're working on? I've been working on this bar. It's right here. It's right in front of me, and I can't even, like... Oh my goodness. Okay. So, what would be the best axis to do this in? Probably this one. Let's put that there. Fresh. Totally, different sides now. Different orbits of all these pieces. Just making sure that we're not messing up any of the bottom pieces. We're looking good here. Okay, so we have this. And pretty much it's just one piece we're going to slide over here. Which, you know, it's one piece at a time. One piece at a time. It's just how it has to go. I'd like more than one piece at a time, but... Oh, okay. Yes. So we have another piece. Ooh, we have another 2 pieces, actually. A shifting of momentum, perhaps? As time goes on, I'm going to be more and more thrilled by small victories, I think. I'm feeling pretty good now, which is good. If I was already feeling it, like after an hour and 46 minutes, I think we'd be in somewhat concerning shape here. That would definitely not be good. But how am I going to feel after 10 hours, after 20 hours? We'll see. Part of it, what kind of inspired me to want to do this, especially live stream it, was there's this game Trackmania, which I've never played, but there's a really crazy tower map that these people made. And there's like a lot of streamers trying to be the first to get to the top of it. And it was this huge event, and it was insane. Like, the amount of time these guys were spending on it was like hundreds of hours, all on stream. Just this crazy grind in order to accomplish this impossible task of getting this, or being the first to climb the tower. And I liked that. I thought it was fun to check in and see how everybody was doing and watch this crazy grind and see people slowly start to, you know, kind of go a little bit crazy. I realized that solving the Minx of Madness is the twisty puzzle equivalent of that kind of challenge. So it's time. It was time to do it. All right, so we're making great progress here on this bar, much faster than the previous one, which is good. We definitely need that. Yeah, and looking forward here to just powering through this here. Getting up to 325 views. Pretty happy with that so far. I was not sure. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be like pretty big dips in viewership at times. Just through like when things are not happening, like anything too crazy is happening. But I'm definitely glad to have some viewers, some concurrent viewers. That's really, really cool. Certainly I wasn't expecting 10 or over 10. That's kind of crazy. All right, gotta focus in here. So we're missing one piece, which is proving quite stubborn because I've rotated this puzzle multiple times and I'm just not finding it. Now there are some pieces that are missing stickers, so this might be one of them, unfortunately. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this it? No, it's on the wrong side. Oh, here. This has to be it because it has both mirrors. Oh, but is it the right? Oh, again, it has to be it because it has the both mirrors. Just trying to see which one I need here. It's this one. Are we on the left or are we on the right? We're on the right. So if I were to rotate this, it's oh, do we already have it in? Oh my god, we do already have it. We didn't even need to make a turn. It was already in the slice. There we go. There we go. Small victories. I'll take them. Beggars can't be choosers. We are going to defeat this puzzle. But sometimes the puzzle throws you a bone. Oh, there's a dry spot here. So let's add a little bit of this. We have another full bottle of this too afterwards, so we should be good for quite a substantial amount of lubing this puzzle. Not having any problems here. So sometimes we gotta wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Oh, I didn't like the sound of that or the feel of that. Yeah, there are like some. There's a certain feel that happens where you can tell that there's been like a deep internal lockup, which I think is probably. Ooh, okay. Yeah, we definitely have problems here. Oh boy. Oh dear. Okay, so, oh man. This is kind of the nightmare that I've been dreading. We're 2 hours in and we finally have one. So right here, That doesn't look like anything on stream. That looks totally like, yeah. But these pieces are all scrambled up. So, oh no, it's gonna take a little bit. We gotta figure out who belongs where. This one looks twisted. Where are we missing pieces? Oh no. Okay. So let's see how we're gonna fix this. Are we missing? Okay. Did we pick up a piece from somewhere else, or is it just totally internally contained? So these are rows of 9. How many do we have on the bottom here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we do have a gap. We got a piece here that does not belong. I believe it is that one, but it's rotated. Oh no, what a mess. It's in there. So we're gonna have to like try and I think I'm gonna have to grab some tools here. Okay, I'm back. So I'm gonna have to be so gentle because it's easy to break these, or like you wouldn't want to like hurt these pieces. Place. Really, there's this. Goodness me. We don't want to have pieces. It's not wanting to go back. So this right here, that should be where it needs to go, and then this one, I assume, belongs here. No. Does it belong there? That looks like maybe everything falls into place, but it's also a little bit precarious here. No. So we're facing an issue where like these are scrambled a little bit. I think that this one is actually in the wrong row. It needs to go here. And then this one needs to go up. Oh, this is a mess. Oh no. I am unsure of what the problem is. Yeah, sorry guys, this is gonna take a minute here. This is part of the challenge. So we got, is it this? Does this go here? And this go, oh, wait, was that it? Yes, yes! Oh, thank goodness. Okay. It's a little puzzle on its own, is trying to figure out how on earth all of these things come together. There we go. Woo! Not sure if there's any issues with the stream right now. Let's see how chat's doing. Love the larger Minx puzzles. My largest and favorite is a stickered Terraminx. Terraminx is such a fun puzzle. It's a good balance. The nice 7-layer. I feel like the Petaminx, I got the Petaminx as kind of like, mostly just to compare against these giant Minxes and to practice for maybe solving them. But I think I probably would have gone, if I had to redo it, I'd probably go for a Terraminx. Because the Petaminx is just a little bit too long to solve, I feel like. Which is, you know, saying something when solving this monster. My hands are shaky. I just got a 10.01 single. And I'm making 10.01. It's brutal. About as close as you can get without cracking the sub 1 or the sub 10. I remember I struggled so hard to get a sub 10 average of 5. I kept getting like, I think it was like 10.01 singles or averages. I got down to a 10.2 average of 12 before being able to clutch out a sub 10 average of 5. The nerves were just brutal. And this was at home too. It wasn't even like officially. I don't have an official sub 10 average yet. But it's kind of cool. There's a statistic going around of like the longest time that it's taken for somebody to officially get a sub 10 average. And the top 10 is all like people around the 10-year mark. And I started competing 12 years ago, so like I could make it onto that list. I guess it's not like too much in terms of bragging rights. It took you like over 10 years to get a sub 10 average, but nonetheless. And I do think I will get it officially eventually. At some point, I'm going to live somewhere close to official competitions. What's your PB single? My official PB single or PR is 8.23. And my overall PB at home is 5.01. Which was a last layer skip. It was my first 5 too. I almost skipped 5 completely and got a 4. So close, but yeah, 5.01 is my PB. And I've had a few 5s since then. And the 5.01 was a last layer skip. And I've had a few just PLL skip 5s since then, which were a bit better overall. But I haven't had a 5 in a while. They've never been like a regular thing for me. Yeah, I remember getting these after like almost 10 years. That's crazy. My PB is a 9.01, but still sub 10s are very rare for me. And 9.06 was the only sub 10 I've ever gotten. Only one. Star centers. Here's where we're at. You know, it doesn't look like much, but one step at a time. One step at a time. Ooh, honestly, this pace is pretty brutal. It's not quite as fast as I had hoped, but we are making progress here. And I am committed. I am locked in. I am not gonna. If I were to just like try and solve this all in one sitting, I'd almost certainly burn out and fail. So I am gonna like break this up into segments. I'm gonna solve for a few hours each day until I kind of like hit the wall and then come back the next day. My goal is to live stream it all. What's the platform? I assume you're talking about the platform that the puzzle is solving on. It's just like a little, I think they call it like a Lazy Susan turntable thing. It's just what people would normally have at the middle of their table. And I just stuck a piece of black Bristol board here on a surface just so it doesn't like damage the stickers. So yeah, I originally got these for sculpture. I'm gonna be doing some sculpting, traditional sculpture of the human form, doing an écrochet, which is an exercise where you start with a skeleton, the human skeleton, and then one muscle at a time you build the form up. So if you're doing like an arm, be starting with the radius and ulna, and then adding in the muscle groups, the flexors and the extensors and the ridge muscles, slowly building out the 3D forms of the arm. So that's another big project I've been working on, but that's more work related. Oh, okay. All right. So, 2 rows down. Just gonna keep going here. Just gonna keep grinding it out. We're starting off here. I'm gonna start doing a 3rd row off the ground. I'd like to connect the centers to the star center first, if possible. So I'm gonna try and prioritize that if I can see it. And I think I found it. Yes, okay, good. Kind of nice. I'm currently, you know what? I think the first burst of energy here has passed. I'm starting to, this is the first little bit of like, okay, I'm starting to lose steam. Not that I'm stopping anytime soon, but just like, okay. So that's the thing. You know, you hear this a lot from ultra marathon runners. Not that I've ever ran an ultra marathon, but you know, the psychological torment of running for that long. You feel like you've given everything you got, and you start to really like want to give up, and it's a dark place mentally. But then you have another burst of energy, and suddenly things are feeling good, and you've gone through the wall. And generally for like a marathon, you know, that happens once. You go through that cycle once. Things are going bad, and then you know, you get your second win and you finish strong. With the ultra marathons, though, you know, it's so long that you go through that cycle like multiple times. And this solve being what it is, I think we're going to be going through that cycle many times. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. Like this right here, this is nice little turn, solve a piece. I mean, this bar is coming together really fast, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. But it ain't all gonna be that easy. There's gonna be things that are a little bit more brutal in this solve. And okay, so I don't know what's with this center and specifically here, the light blue, but the light blue is feeling really good for making turns here. Things are nice and smooth, so I might want to make a mental note of that. Light blue is where I want to be making my turns. Okay, so we actually just made a fantastic little bit of progress here on this bar number 3. Will you try and finish the first center today? That is my goal right now, as I'm trying to finish center 1 today. 10 hours for center 1. That's my goal. I don't know if that'll happen. We're not really on pace for it yet, but anything can change. I'm again hoping that I get a little better for it. Let's see what else the comment. We are on world record pace. Yes, world record pace. For sure. That's a good way of thinking about it. World record pace. I wonder if it's a good idea to move every single white center from the bottom layer so you didn't have to rotate the whole puzzle behind besides the platform. I was thinking about that. I think I will do that towards the end of the first center when it's a little easier to do so. I realize, though, that doing that would just take a lot of moves. But it would make things a little easier. So I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do there. Gosh. Got 2 pieces here, and I was like, oh yeah, 2 pieces, nice. And then they're both pieces we've already have solved on that, so that's not good. How many layers again? This is the Mega Minx equivalent of a 21 by 21. It's got 21 layers. This is Minx. This has 9 layers, so you can kind of get a feel for it. This is a bit over double the layer count of a Minx. And I believe, I'm not sure what the biggest mass-produced puzzle in the world is currently for the Minxes. I believe there's a Zetaminx out. I could be wrong on that. And I'm not sure what the Zetaminx is. Like, what does it go? Petaminx. Examinx would be, I want to say, an 11 by 11. So Zetaminx would be like the 13 by 13. Yeah. It would have to be a 13 by 13. So the biggest mass-produced Minx puzzle is a 13 by 13, and this is a 21 by 21. Okay, so I am struggling here to find pieces to stick in this layer here. Oh, no, 3 and 4. Yes, okay, we got one. Sweet. I think this is going to be a good mental exercise when it comes to just like grit and determination for me. Maybe I'll grow as a person having solved this puzzle. We can only hope. You know, feeling this sense of it's just all about one piece at a time. It feels hopeless. I'm not gonna lie. Being 2 hours in and, you know, still working on the 3rd bar is pretty brutal. But, you know, just gotta think that every single piece that I set right here, it is finite. There is a point where we've reached the end of this insanity. And hopefully, as I lube the puzzle a little bit, it should also turn better. We can only hope. Okay, now I gotta remember what I was doing. It's getting all philosophical there for a second. Gotta not do that. Okay, there we go. Nice. See how the comments are doing. Okay, the Zetaminx is the highest. It is a 13. I've finally taken the time to solve it. It's faster to build the star than fill in the filler pieces. A lot less counting. Yeah. That is what I tried last time. And I might go back to that for other centers. We'll see. There's a little bit of trial and error here. But I found that it wasn't that much... it did make it easier from a mental perspective, but it did involve more turns. And turns are our enemies in this solve. We want to do as few turns as possible. Kind of a Minx of Madness FMC. What is your PB for 5x5? I think I have a 57 single. I've never had a single that I've been super happy with for 5x5. I feel like I'm capable of like a low 50, but it's just never quite come together. I've had like 40-second reductions before, or sub 40 reduction, like a 39 reduction. So there is no reason that my 5x5 PB should be a 57, but I don't know, just not been able to capitalize on any of the good reductions I've had. It's like a psychological barrier. Okay. How good is the turning compared to that Pedimix? This Pedimix is like finger trickable. This thing is ridiculously better. Not that this Pedimix I think is like ultra good turning, but it's got kind of like classic Xingqiao turning. And I'm pretty sure this is a Xingqiao Pedimix, I think. Oh! Actually, accidentally popped it. Whoops. So I guess it pops easier when you're going fast. But no, it is definitely a much better puzzle. That's why I can solve this thing in like an hour. And it only has 6 times less pieces, so like you'd think, oh, maybe I can get this done in 6 hours, maybe 7. It's mass produced, and this is a custom, one-of-a-kind 3D printed puzzle. There actually does exist multiple copies of the Minx, or of the Atlas Minx, though, which is pretty cool. Somebody printed their own Atlas Minx. I gave them the files and mentored them through the process a little bit, and it took them years, but they did it. There is a second copy of the Atlas Minx, which is pretty cool. And it looks really good. I'm pretty sure it's a black plastic one too, so it's a stickered version. I helped put together a sticker because since the original Atlas Minx was not stickered, it was a stickerless puzzle. I didn't have a sticker template for it, so I whipped up a sticker template for that guy. So hopefully those stickers work. I haven't heard back from them. Okay, we're almost done this bar. Actually up to 16 viewers. That's really cool. Are you going to start mass producing Atlas Minx or Minx of Madness? Unfortunately, I do not have any plans to mass produce these puzzles. They are a very niche collector's item. I don't think there'd be enough people in the market to buy one, because I think even a mass-produced Minx of Madness would probably, it would still cost multiple thousands of dollars. So it'd be a very expensive puzzle. I don't think there's enough of a market to justify it, unfortunately. But it would be really cool to have a mass-produced Minx of Madness that turns really well. All right, let's. I think I'm running out of pieces here. Oh, wait a minute. No, I thought I found it. Let's see. We are looking for 3 over, 5 up on left. Sometimes it just takes slow and steady examination. There's a lot of close calls here. We're just not finding the exact one we need. So that means it's probably on one of these other layers here. Gonna have to do a cube rotation. Where's Waldo? It really is. It's the Where's Waldo of puzzles. Cause like look at this. There's so many different locations here. Like it's just, you know, you could be looking at the piece that you're supposed to be finding and just not recognize it because it's like 1 over. Like this piece is 1 over from where I need it to be. This was here. It's so easy to. You have to go. Thanks for dropping by, Mr. M. Thanks for watching. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh. I believe the piece we're looking for. If I can even. Yeah. It's right here. Nice. Okay. I think we want to just rotate into a different orbit here, so just gonna shift it over to here so we open up a lot more territory, a lot more potential places we can find pieces. And we're gonna have the white that we've already built safely out of the way. All right, big dodecahedron rotation. There we go. Okay, so this is actually a treasure trove of pieces that we needed. This is good. Okay. I don't think we're gonna have overhead cam for a little while. Running out of batteries on that. Gonna quickly check on my secondary camera. We have a time-lapse camera going over there, and I'm also going to quickly stop and start my OBS recording. So I'm recording it in MP4 just because like it's the easiest to edit afterwards. But if we can't, like if there's a power outage or something and I can't finalize the recording, then we're kind of in trouble. So good to make a fresh recording every couple hours. So yeah, so I have like multiple angles. And also my time-lapse video one doesn't have good audio because it's all the way over there, so it basically doesn't have any audio, which shouldn't be an issue, but if any interesting moments happen in the commentary for whatever reason, we're gonna want to have a recording of that. Though I guess the YouTube broadcast is also a recording that's kind of nice. So we got redundancy here. We're not being risky. Okay. Wow, there's so many pieces that I thought that I was building it over here when it's actually over here. All right, so let's just, without any further ado, start working on this bar here. Feeling good. Feel like we got some momentum once again. I think that's gonna solve the first half of this bar is now complete, which is really cool. Get started on the second half, and we're going to be almost done bar number 3. 2 hours, 22 minutes, 22 seconds. I'll tell you what, the first 2 hours of this, like, it has flown by. Like, I feel like I just started. This has been definitely a yeah, it just feels weird. I wouldn't have guessed that this much time has passed, which on one hand is a good thing, because it means I'm having fun and enjoying this process. It's not like a painful slog where I'm just waiting for it to be over. But, you know, on the other hand as well, we're not making particularly amazing time here. But again, that's okay. We're guaranteed world record time. Due to establishing this world record. So that's always nice. It's always nice to get a free world record on a puzzle. It'll be up on the speed solving UWR's page. Can't wait. Minx of Madness time. 50-something hours. Hopefully not that long, but it probably will be that long. Could be so much longer than that too. I don't know. I don't know if I've bitten off more than I can chew here, but I'm locked in now. I'm committed to making this happen, so we're just gonna make it happen. It's been years. I've been putting it off. Feeling a bit of peace peace resistance. Famous last words. Yeah, gotta be careful. And that's something that I was mentioning earlier, but I guess it's as different people come in and stuff. So far, I had one kind of nasty piece dislocation thing that was not fun to deal with. So it hasn't been perfect so far. But so far, not a single piece has actually popped, which is good. So, like, this puzzle is capable of being relatively stable, but it requires a lot of mental focus and energy on my part to ensure that. It's not, like, trivial to keep it together, which I could see causing some problems later on. All it takes is me to have, like, a momentary lapse in concentration and just kind of, like, crank on the puzzle without thinking about it, and we could have, like, a serious pop. So there is sort of there's kind of like 2 elements to this here. There's the solve element, and then there's the focusing on not destroying this puzzle accidentally element. Both of which are definitely not trivial. Alright, so before I go blindly slicing around here, let's see. Could be another 2 years. Oh. I am pretty notorious for having endless delays on my projects, so you might not be wrong on that, but I hope so. I'm at least gonna make a pretty big push here to get this done. And I'm feeling pretty good. I think the live stream was a needed element, because this is a pretty depressing, like, it's not depressing, but it's pretty, like, difficult to focus on something. You know, if I didn't have the chat to interact with here, it'd be just so easy to give up after, like, an hour or something and being like, let's do something else. Or, you know, let's take a break, let's add more segments. Whereas, like, what this really needs more than anything is just a brutal grind to just get it done. Just needs to get done here. there's no easy solution. It's gonna take a bunch of hours. I feel like making it a live stream kind of makes it a little more dramatic too, which is good. Makes it a little more interesting. This is officially the longest live stream I've ever done, because the 22 by 22 final assembly live stream only lasted a little under 2 hours. This is relaxing for me. Well, that's good. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, really solid. Like 400. Like still maintaining 10 concurrent viewers. Really happy about that. That's super cool. I feel like since I haven't really been active on this channel for a couple years, you know, that's not bad at all. Like I was kind of surprised by how many people were still waiting for this puzzle to be solved and interested in it. It's really glad to see there's still interest in this project, though I definitely delayed things in getting it out much longer than I should have. That was definitely an error. Okay. So we're starting to run out of some of the easy stuff here. There's a no, we already have that piece. There's one. There's one of the pieces we need. And that's 4 rows, so that's not what we need. Okay. There's definitely, after a while, it can be kind of, I don't know. I go, like, there's phases of being super focused and locked in and like, yes, okay, know exactly what I need to do. And then there's other phases where my brain is just kind of turned to mush. And it's like, it's really difficult to focus. And it just becomes this kind of Where's Waldo, like, oh, I just can't think of anything. But that is the unique challenge of this puzzle, is I think, you know, there's been this, you know, this common way of thinking of it where people are like, well, you know, once you know how to solve 6x6, 7x7, like bigger and bigger puzzles don't present any additional challenge. They're just longer to solve, and that's true. You don't need to know any new algorithms to solve a 21 by 21 versus a 7 by 7. There's nothing new there in terms of the challenge. But I will say this, for this Minx of Madness here, I do genuinely think there is a new challenge kind of emerging here, where this puzzle is so, there's so many pieces that it's just like, there's a psychological toll to just trying to find what you're looking for in an ocean of pieces. That is a little bit different from just a bigger version of the same puzzle you already know how to solve. So like, it doesn't require any new algorithms, but it is like just mentally so much more punishing than, say, the Minx. I'll be checking in the next few days. This reminds me of the first time I solved the 3x3. Tedious. Yeah, very, very tedious. And I do remember it was kind of absurd when I was trying to learn how to solve a 3x3 for the first time. It took way longer than it should have. because I didn't have continuous access to the internet at the time. Like, I didn't have internet at my house. Which kind of gives you guys an idea of how long ago this was. So I like was trying to learn how to solve the 3x3 on just like the school internet. And I got to the point where I was trying to solve using like the beginner method. I was getting all the way down to the corners, and there was something I didn't understand about the corners. So all weekend, while I didn't have access to the internet to like look up a tutorial, I just kept solving the cube right up until the corners, and then the solve would fall apart because I just didn't know how to solve the last corners on the top layer. Over and over and over again, and then finally on Monday when I was back at school and I could like check on the internet the tutorial, I realized that what the mistake was, and I was finally able to solve the cube. But it was a slow process. It took like probably a week for me to solve, which is pretty slow. Much slower than it needed to be. I should have just written the solution down and took some notes instead of just relying on the video. YouTube made learning cubing so much easier than the old days. Yeah, YouTube has I mean, I think cubing and YouTube are inextricably linked. It's always just been such a pillar for learning tutorials and stuff, or at least popularizing it, because just so many people are not going to be like going around on some obscure forum looking up how to solve things. Okay, so I have a plan here for how to solve this last missing piece without doing any crazy rotations of the puzzle. Oh, I'm glad I caught that. There's a piece that's dislocated over here. Go ahead and put... Oh, I actually don't know where it goes. That doesn't seem right. Or does that... Does that piece go there? Where does it go? Okay, there we go. Good. Ooh, up to 15 viewers. Nice. Okay, so before I got distracted here by the piece coming out of place, we are gonna try and solve this. Make sure everything's aligned here. It's kind of a weird turn. Not a super big fan of like making thick turns on the one that isn't the like this axis. Makes things a little harder, but should be all right. Wait, is this the right piece? Yeah, it is. Okay. Probably should. I should just rotate the puzzle. It's not a big deal. It'll make life a lot easier, ergonomically easier to do this turn. So 2 hours and 38 minutes in, my arms are getting a little bit tired. They are going to be sore tomorrow, that is for sure. feeling they're going to be brutally sore at some point. That's okay, no pain, no game. All right, there we go. Rotate this back here. Does the yellow center need a little tensioning? Maybe it could use just a tiny bit. Actually, that turn was pretty good. I think we'll leave it. I wonder if anybody's going to do a reconstruction of this solve afterwards. I'd imagine not. That'd be pretty crazy, though. The ultimate solve reconstruction. So right now, the world record for the biggest physical twisty puzzle ever solved is a 30 or a 23 by 23 that was solved by, I believe the YouTuber's called Jacob Cubing. He currently holds the record. Did it recently, just like I want to say like a month ago. He solved 33 by 33 that he custom 3D printed in about 7 hours, I want to say, which is a pretty incredible pace given how big the puzzle is. For context, it's just under 3,000 pieces. So this puzzle is double that piece count. So this is going to be world record biggest puzzle ever solved by a huge margin, by double. So definitely a major jump there. But you know, double the piece count, definitely not double the amount of time spent though. This puzzle is not getting finished in 17 hours, I can guarantee you that. Or in 14 hours would be double the time, which, yeah. I hope to have more than one, you know, probably not even 2 centers done in 14 hours, but... some amount done in 14 hours. Okay, here we go. That is 3 bars finished. That's looking good. You know, if you ignore the time, and just look at the amount of solved puzzle here, ignoring the rest of it, we're doing good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we got a little bit of solve here, a little bit of territory that has been conquered, but the victory is short-lived because now it's on to the next bar. Suddenly we put away the part that's solved and face down the unsolved once again. And we're getting deeper and deeper into the center. The 5th layer is going to be the deepest. Like, the deeper the pieces are, the harder they are to really, like, tell where they need to go. It's not... The one thing I'll say about the Minxes that does make this easier is that you can kind of, like, you know, these star centers are big and obvious, so it's kind of easy to count off of them. I'd imagine solving something like a 23 by 23 with no difference in layers. It was just a big ocean of cubies. It's going to be pretty brutal to find the exact piece. But then the saving, you know, the good part about it is you you don't have to, there's only 6 sides and there's only 6 kind of colors. So I don't know I don't know which one is harder and where it balances out, but anyways, do I want to like maybe change things up a little bit? Instead of trying to go for bar 4, maybe we could make things a little easier and go for kind of the outer bar. That'd be kind of a nice little morale boost. It's definitely easier. So yeah, why not? I think I'm gonna go for that. Actually, you can see this bar right here already has 5 solved pieces, so that's pretty good. I think we're just gonna do that. Make life oh so easy, relatively speaking. And it all gotta get done anyways, so I'm treating myself by making an easy bar. Okay, so actually, probably this bar is gonna come together real quick, I think. Unless it shouldn't matter that much. If we can get this. Sometimes it's easier to go all the way around. I don't like going all the way around, but if I gotta, I gotta. Seems like tan is maybe not the best color in terms of turning quality. Do we need detention tan? No, it looks okay. So we're getting like a pretty steady steady 10 viewers here, which is pretty cool. Wow, that's like almost 30 hours of watch time already. Holy smokes. It's kind of crazy. And the final solve here is going to have some pretty crazy amount of watch time. Okay. Do I remember what I'm doing even? There's 3. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. There's actually something really decent here. I'm starting to get a little bit, you know, the turning is starting to be a little bit much. It's just like, okay. We're lining things up, getting everything into position. Good form, good form. Again, and again, and again, and again. It's just like, definitely starting to feel a bit of psychological fatigue of the sheer repetition. You know, each piece is going to require probably multiple turns on average. Generally, puzzles are solved a little bit, you know, a little bit less than 1 turn, or a little bit more than 1 turn per piece, so we just have so many turns that we got to do here. It's probably going to be like 10,000 turns to solve this puzzle. More than 10,000 turns. But just got to keep going. Just got to keep going. Whew. All right, so we have these 3 pieces here, which there's 2 of them. Cool. There we go. Just make sure there's nothing awkward happening. We're getting everything nice and lined up. Good, good, good. Feeling happy about that. Feeling secure. I'm just kind of randomly whenever I think maybe it could be useful. Putting a little bit more Maru lube in here. Getting this puzzle nice and saturated in it. Because that does, out of all the lubes I've tested, I mean, this puzzle got a ton of lube, of like traditional like silicone lube as well. And that's like a good base, but I find that you need a little bit more than that. I find the Maru lube works really well on the FDM 3D printed parts. So I use that a lot. Okay. Not seeing the last little piece that I need here for this half of the bar. Is it up here? Yes, it is. Excellent. So unfortunately, I guess we're doing a little better than the pace of 1 bar per hour, which is good. It's really important that that is not that it ends up not being 1 bar per hour on average, because that's going to take a nightmarishly long amount of time if that's the case. So that's good. It's still taking a long time though. As far as our ambition of getting one side done today, I'm not saying that's out of the question, but I do feel like it's slipping away slightly. I should have made a nice little graphic for when I gotta take a break, like BRB. We will return shortly. So far I don't need a break though. I've been going for 3 hours-ish. I'm feeling okay. Yesterday was actually a really big day. I spent quite a bit of time. Do I want to own this puzzle? Yes. Do I want to solve it? No. Yeah. Has anyone ever made a giant cube? I don't think there's a crazy higher order cube out there. There's like, I know there's like a master cube, but as far as like a crazy, I'm not sure what the record is off the top of my head. I could see trying to go for that record being kind of nightmarish, to be honest. Cube is one of those puzzles that it's not like trivial to just add a bunch of layers in a way that I think would turn very well. I'm not even sure how you do it. There'd be some weird like distortions. How would such a cube turn? I'm not sure. Yo, corn puzzle. Why did you decide to do that? I'm not sure what that is referring to. Maybe solve this puzzle? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Well, no, that's not true. We have direction here. We have a goal. We got a mission to accomplish. Got some big puzzle to solve. It can be done. Morale. Morale is okay in this exact moment. Yeah, we got a little lockup here. It's not nice. Ooh, I didn't like the sound of that. I think we're okay. Yeah, there's just some slight weirdness going on. Sometimes that happens. Whew. All right, let's. How's the frame drops doing? 0.6% of frames, not bad. I did reduce the frame rate down slightly. I did a test stream yesterday that I just had privated, so it's, you know, not wasting people's time with it. But it was at 30 FPS, and that seemed to be slightly too much for my internet connection to handle without dropping too many frames. So I reduced it down to 25 today. Just one of those little details, trying to get that stream to look good. Seems to be working all right so far. Okay. So there is a star center, the middle star center, which I kind of like to start thinking about finding and putting in. Oh, there it is. It's a somewhat convenient spot. I'll take it. But yeah, we're kind of running into slight turning issues. Okay, there we go. Nice. Just gotta psychologically power through this here. Once you have it, you technically have another world record. Yes. It'll be the world record time for a Minx of Madness. But more importantly, because, you know, nobody else has one of these, so it's kind of like, it's kind of whatever, but it will be the world record for the biggest twisty puzzle ever solved, beating the previous world record, which is currently solving a 23 by 23 by Jacob Cubing on YouTube. He has, so yeah, it currently stands at a little under 3,000 pieces in a puzzle that's been solved. This is just under 6,000, so double the piece count of the previous record, if I can do it. And you know, you can see here I'm making steady progress. Things are happening. Here's a good chunk of centers that have been done. And really, like, this puzzle is not... Is the turning good? No. The turning sucks pretty bad. This is definitely not a fast or particularly convenient puzzle to solve. But we haven't had any, like, catastrophic pops or anything. Nothing that's like too crazy or unexpected. So yeah, I think we're gonna get there. I think this is gonna happen. It's just gonna take some really crazy patience. How many pieces has it? Trying to think. It's like slightly under 6,000. It's like 5,900 and something. I want to say like 90 something. It's like just under 6,000. Okay, so I had one of those moments where I'm kind of like slightly forgetting what specifically I'm working on, which just happens with this puzzle. It's so mind-melting. Just staring at this big block of colorful squares. Most of the squares just totally unidentifiable. It's just a big ocean of them. and then I focus in on like, okay, let's just try and get this turn, and then there's a catch, and then I'm thinking about the catch, and then forgetting which piece I was working on, and it's just, oh boy. That's okay. That's the challenge of it. I think giving this running commentary does help a little bit. Love how to make the make the Minx look small. Yeah, look like a child's toy. If you punch yourself and it hurts, are you strong or weak? Oh, we got a philosopher in the chat. I like that. I like that question. I don't know. Because if it hurts, then that means that you gave a strong punch, but it could also mean that you are simply unable to handle the punch. But then you could also look at it like, is punching yourself a strong or a weak action in general? You know, does it say something about your character? I don't know. There's definitely a slightly masochistic streak, I think, here in this solve. Putting yourself through this mental torment for what exactly? The glory, the views. I created this monster. I could have just not made the Minx of Madness, and I wouldn't be here trying to solve it. I could have just taken the easy way out and made like a normal little puzzle. Got a 6.66 3x3 solve. That is solid. Nice. It's always to get, like, you know, PBs are always great, but also something that's like a PR3 or something. Always great too. Racking up those sixes. I think I've only had like a handful of solves past the 6.66 mark. That is a speedy one. 3 hour mark. Yes, 3 hours. Feeling good. Nothing is physically hurting yet, so that's good. It will. I'm under no illusions that it eventually will, because I have solved. I've done like averages on the Minx before, like an average of 5 on Minx, and the next day, like my shoulders, my arms, my hands. You know, there's a lot of like physicality to it if you're not used to it. And this puzzle is like drastically harder than average of 5 on Minx. So it's gonna be brutal, but that's okay. I think, oh yeah, what I did was in preparation for the first Minx of Madness solve attempt 2 years ago, I did 6 Minx solves in one sitting, because that's 6,000 pieces that I would have gone through. So it was like just kind of like preparing myself to do that much mental calculus in one session. But yeah, the Minx of Madness proved to be much more than just 6 times the challenge of the Minx. It's its own beast. Okay, so we're missing 2 more pieces for this bar. Not bad. One of them is right here. I'm trying to see if there's. easy way to get my hands on another one. Okay, that's why I wanted to look. There's one right here as well. That's not a great spot. Let's see if we have a better option anywhere. There's nothing on the top. Oh, well. I'm glad I asked that question of myself because there is a better option. There's one right here. So I'm going to do that. There we go. Not that that's a super nice piece to get at, though. I don't like doing these thickest slices. Ooh, okay. Did not align the layers properly. Risking it. Gotta be careful. That was a moment where I got careless. Because this puzzle, like, it will force a turn. But, without like necessarily explicitly getting locked up, but really you're just like mashing layers together in a way that is just a nightmare to try and solve or try and fix. So it doesn't solve how would I put this? It doesn't pop very often. I've not had a single pop yet in 3 hours of solving, but it definitely has potential to jumble. Actually, someone earlier asked if the puzzle jumbled, and I thought they were referring to that in like, is this a kind of twisty puzzle that can jumble, like do jumbling moves? But I think they were just saying that they were asking if this puzzle like has a jumbling as a problem, which definitely does. Okay, so yeah, I think our best option here for that missing piece in this row is to just go ahead and do a little transfer here. Where is it? I've lost track of it. There it is. Okay. It's weird. Things will be going. Oh, wait, hold on. That doesn't look good. There's something wrong. Something jumbled in a way I don't like. Oh, goodness. So we got ourselves a little problem here. There's pieces jumbled. Well, this is the second time it's happened so far. I'm not really sure where our offending piece is meant to go, though, which is kind of a problem. That is definitely not the correct spot. I'm also just not sure which, because if I were to like compress this layer here, it's definitely, is it missing one? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh no, it isn't. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh goodness. Oh, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's. Oh no. Oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. The plot thickens. Okay, I think I'm seeing what happened here. Oh god, this is not going to be easy to solve. So we have a missing piece over here. It's looking like, yeah, you can see here's the dislocation. So we accidentally dragged a piece all the way over. I'm not sure if I can... I don't know what's easier, to remove the piece entirely, which it doesn't want to go. Or try and drag it back. I think we're going to have to try and drag it back here. So let's get this, if we can. Oh, goodness. We're trying to like intentionally cause the problem again, which is not easy. We're having pieces falling into this hole here. Everything about this turn just doesn't want to happen. So this is really where we're getting into like just the absolute punishing aspect of this puzzle. Is sometimes you just have these really difficult to deal with problems that end up taking like 15 minutes to solve. I think we have to like straight up remove this piece somehow. I don't think we're going to be able to drag it. I don't want to damage the piece. I can't remember exactly what this one would look like either. So I'm not sure what would be the best way to get it out. This puzzle is very stable in the sense that pieces don't want to pop out. So trying to get this one out. Oh goodness. I wonder if we're going about this the wrong way, and we should try and it is not wanting to come back. Like, this turn is just completely locked. In general, it's an absolutely awful turn, too. Like, I don't know why it's causing so many problems. Can't give up. Just need to think here. I wonder if we could take this dislocation here and sneak it around. No, there's a fundamental limitation there. There's only one way this turn can be made. Let's try, let's start by just like trying to line this up at all. Okay, so we're lined up here. Why is this such an impossible? I'm trying to. Is this side really? Actually, we probably don't want to tighten it yet. We don't want to cause other problems. Oh my goodness. Okay. Is that it? Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Finally. Losing all my viewers. No. We begin the slow descent into madness. It's happening. This is where the Minx of Madness is really living up to its namesake. There we go. Yes. Yes, we got it. Yes. Oh my goodness. That was a difficult turn, or a difficult problem to solve. That was the first really bad one. I'm pretty sure some of these centers are unfortunately loosening as we go, which is not what's supposed to be happening, but the threaded inserts are proving not enough to keep the turn. They're being overpowered by friction, I guess, which I guess the solution to that would be, let me tighten this and then pour a little bit of that in there. And hopefully reduce friction a little bit. Okay. There we go. Ooh, I wonder how many more of those are coming. Unfortunately, probably a lot. Oh. I am starting to feel it. This is starting to be kind of a brutal project. But I knew what we signed up for. Okay, so once something like that happens, I need to like kind of regroup here mentally and remember like what was it that I was even trying to accomplish. I know I was solving a bar. Let's try and find where that is on the puzzle, because I'm not sure. There it is. The piece that we were searching for is that one, which is right there. So we do actually have it in place. Cool. All right, we're ready to make this turn. Gonna be extra ginger and extra careful. No need to rush things here. I just feel like everything suddenly is just so risky all of a sudden. Like, oh, I just don't want that to happen again. But I think we're okay. I think we're okay here. You can tell that I'm starting to feel it because I'm already in my head thinking, oh, I should kind of like go for, you know, well, it's been 3 hours. It's been 3.5 hours. We're good. We can just call it there and not worry about, you know, try and get a better start tomorrow, you know? But that's not what we're gonna do. We're gonna dig deep here. We're gonna just kind of move past that mistake. And just keep grinding it out. Okay. So this is really cool. We both have this bar done, and then look at this. This is 1, 2, 3, 5 pieces that are already solved on the next bar. That's that feels good. It's a small victory. I'll take it. Unless I was destroying something that I already solved, and that's why. But it doesn't look like it. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to think of what is the best way to bring this over without interfering with this bar. And I probably okay. So what I'm gonna do is something like this, and like make sure we're nice and lined up here. Let's not have any issues. There we go. There we go. It's pretty much one thick turn here. Oh, I mean, I don't want it to go the other way all the way. Let's try and sometimes that happens where for whatever reason it only wants to go one direction and not the other. So instead of fighting it, we're just gonna go with the flow here. we go. I think. Yep. Pretty much ready. I think we're going to want to center things around light blue next time. Because light blue seems to turn pretty well. So I might as well just embrace it. Yes. Yes. Another bar. Woo. Here we go. Oh, better not have any. Let's make sure we don't have any issues here. We got this bar that we're working on that's preserved. Nice. So here it is. It's not as nice looking since it's not connected, but another bar. That's bar number 4. Plus this, so technically five bars in 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So let's try and extrapolate this here. How much do we have left? How long is it going to take? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more bars to complete this block. And then we just have to do that another 1.5 times. Ugh. It's gonna be a long day. That's okay. Having that spinning platform is probably super helpful. Oh yeah, it's come in. No. Oh, I thought there was another dislocation there for a second there. We're good. Yeah, no, it is a super nice addition, and I didn't even get it specifically for this project. It just happened to have it, and I thought, oh, that might be useful, and it is ridiculously useful. It's speeding this whole process up quite a bit. All right, so we got this other bar here. Actually, I don't know where the bar is, now that I think about it. It's right, oh yeah, it's right there, nice. So I want to use the blue side, because I feel like the blue side the light blue turns pretty well, so I can have that be like where this is orbiting. But, also, let's not waste any potential material here. Gosh, there's just something there that just doesn't look good. But there's a couple pieces that can be put in place, so might as well, right? There's almost always some material that can be put in place just without even setting anything up. There we go. Kind of. Okay. So let's stick this. There. There we go. Wait. Where did it go? It got lost. Ugh. I've turned it in the wrong direction. Oh no. It is we're experiencing a bit of a heat wave here to this week here as well. So it's it is toasty in here. And I do not have AC. Which reminds me, I need a water break. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick. and like back in like a minute. All right, I am back with hydration. So I'll be all set for a little while now. I briefly went outside, and it's actually looking kind of storming out there. Very, very smoky. Whew. Guess I don't really need these headphones. I'm not listening to anything. Okay. Actually, real quick, change the camera recording. Nice. That was actually in the frame. There we go. Oops. Bumping into things now. That's not good. It'd be nice to maintain as much as possible the same exact frame of everything. Okay. It's already just in like a minute break. I'm feeling a lot better. So that's good. Whew. I'm just gonna power through this here. I keep seeing things that I want to preserve. But it's not always that easy. Because every time you want to preserve something, you have these restrictions. These restrictions might add up to be kind of like not actually saving any efficient time. Yeah, there's a lot of stickers on this that I think are going to need to be redone after this solve. Pretty much everything that has like a little chip in it. Get it nice and pretty again. It might be a full re-stickering. Well, not a full re-stickering for sure of all the little centers, because most of them are fine, but there's a lot of them that are going to need it. Okay, so I want to bring this bar that I'm currently working on over a little ways. Yeah, it is going to be, it's looking like it might be a thunderstorm. I'm going to go ahead and stop and start my OBS recording just in case. Man, we're up to 500 views. That's pretty crazy. Don't want to go crazy. Don't want to. Actually, no, we can leave it just as is. It's fine. Oh, there we go. I'm hoping that this axis is less punishing to turn, because it was earlier. Whoops. Also, yeah. We don't want to, like, bump into things too much. Okay, so I've not even like taken a moment to really assess what material we have to work with here. This is 5 off the ground. That's something we need. Take it. I feel like an area of the puzzle becomes more and more along this turn. This purple is kind of weirdly like skewed and not wanting to turn very well. Like not even get the turn started. I'm not really sure what's up with that. It'll like it feels like it's pretty aligned, but there's like something catching. How tensioned is it? It seems fine. Yeah. This is the kind of thing that's so difficult to deal with. So I don't want to just restrict this turn. Oh, there we go. Oh, thank goodness. Just needed way too much convincing. Okay. Hopefully. Yeah, there's some slight weirdness going on. It happens. Madness Minx? Yes, this is the Minx of Madness. Okay, let's rotate the shoulder a little bit. Drink a little water. Okay. Holy smokes, is this a... Oh! Yeah, the light blue side does seem like it turns pretty decently well. Just a good, solid all-around pick for making slices. Okay, this is too... So what are we missing here? We're just missing these 3. One of them is right there. It's pretty good. That's not what we're looking for. Okay. Okay. 1 turn to make that happen. Not bad, not bad. You know, some puzzles have that, you know, they're described as satisfying to turn. Like, ooh, this is a really satisfying puzzle to turn. This puzzle does not have satisfying turning. This puzzle is nerve-wracking to turn. Depending on the layer specifically, like this is just not... This is a brutal layer. There's something catching on it. It's just got a weird... It's weird. This puzzle goes through phases of turning well and turning poorly, and I'm not really sure if it's gonna get better as we break it in. I assume maybe. You kind of hope so. but I don't know for sure. At any rate, we are committed here to making it happen. Just had one of those moments where I forget what I'm even working on for a second there. Gotta keep focused. I feel like I'm luckily I've not run into the issue of accidentally breaking up anything that I've worked on so far. And I think part of that is just we're going so slow paced that the chances of messing that up in that way are pretty low. So I think we're all right. But yeah, okay. Coming up on the 4-hour mark here. Not quite there, but getting close. Okay. Let's focus in here. We are missing. Are 2 of the pieces we need all right here? Are these the exact 2? No, they're not. One of the pieces down up right here is what we're needing. And I think we can just go ahead and bring them down. I'd like to think that this orange is not going to be a particularly problematic slice, but it could be. So we're just going to watch it. We're going to be careful here. Specifically the 2 layers we want that are giving us a little bit of trouble here. Oh, there we go. I feel like maybe an area I want to lube this up a little might help. Okay, so let's get this lined up again. What would be the best way of doing that? Not sure. We'll see which turns end up being less punishing. Ooh, okay. Feeling not so good about this turn. It's feeling kind of catchy. There's a lot of like weirdness going on. I wonder if we just need maybe a little more tension on this light blue side. Not 100% sure. See if that helps. Because definitely weird things happens when there's a pressure imbalance. Let's focus here. So one of the pieces that we need is okay. Cool. Whoops. The absurdity of this whole thing just kind of hit me. This is the ultimate example of creating a problem. Making this puzzle. And now struggling with the solution, solving it. I think I have enough problems in my life. Don't need to go creating problems by making a Minx of Madness. But here we are. Here we are. Okay, one more piece. And it's actually right there. That's convenient. On the home stretch now. 2 more turns and the puzzle is solved. I will say this though, it is going to be absolutely surreal when this puzzle is actually solved. Like coming in on the last hour or something. Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine it. I keep thinking it's gonna blow apart into a million pieces every time it gets stuck. Me too. Yeah, it's it feels that way. It does not, again, this is not a satisfying puzzle to turn. It just feels like this puzzle is going to ruin my day at any moment. But I do have confidence it is going to be better than it's not going to catastrophically fail like the 22 by 22. Thank you for streaming this. It's nice to have this playing while watching someone doing something productive. It's entertaining. Oh, well, I'm glad you like the stream. Thank you for watching. Please do not exceed 12 hours live. YouTube cuts the beginning if that happens. Yes, I'm not going to have any individual streams for this puzzle that last longer than 12 hours. I'm going to try and cut them at 10, but again, that's pretty ambitious. We're nowhere near 10, and I'm already like, whew, feeling it. Oh no, did I get the wrong? Oh, I did get the wrong piece that I was trying to solve. Oh well. We're gonna find a replacement for that. But yeah, no, I do want to have the entire solve here on YouTube, not missing anything, for the sake of completeness. I am not sure where this piece is at. It's one of those ones that is kind of difficult to recognize. Let's see if it's on top here. Oh, is it? Is it this one? 4 down. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, so let's line this up here. My least favorite turn. Well, actually, we're able to drag 3 layers, so this is actually a little bit more reasonable, but oh goodness. We have a dislocation, I think. I don't know. Maybe. No, we're good. Okay. Whew. Better to be safe than sorry on that. I'm just bringing this in here. Where is my yellow? It's right there. We're not destroying anything. Okay. So this was the missing piece. Where is our layer? It's right there. I gotta try and avoid bumping the puzzle into the shelf in the back here, but we'll see. All right, so just getting comfy here. Getting comfy for another little segment. Ooh, goodness. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, God. Okay. I love how I say get comfy right as something not very comfy happens. We appear to be... Okay, these pieces look just sort of... I don't know what's wrong here. It's like maybe... Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so no, this is definitely... This needs to go down. Okay, whew, that wasn't a bad one. That was not a bad one. That one was relatively innocent. So I'm not gonna worry about that one too much. Okay, but again, I've kind of like a little disoriented here. This bar is proving to be a hard one. It's no. What? Okay. I thought for a second there that we didn't have the piece. I don't know what happened, but we got it. We got it. Yes. Oh, that feels good. That feels good. Okay. So here we have half of this bar completed. And now it's just a matter of getting the second half of this bar completed. Okay. Again, this bar has been probably my least favorite so far, but I'm going to remain positive. I just need to power through this. And hey, the second half has already given us a free piece that's already lined up where it needs to be. That's always nice. Take what I can get here. Yeah, so I think my verdict for this puzzle is it's 100% solvable. It's just annoying to solve. It's very, very slow. Very, very grindy. Takes forever. Is a pretty significant challenge. Not so much solve-wise. I mean, I think there is a legit, like, solve challenge to this where, again, like, the fact that there are so many pieces, it does start to just, like, kind of melt your brain a little bit. I mean, as far as, again, the record right now, 3,000 pieces in a puzzle that's been solved. And that's crazy. But this one, 6,000. Double. You know, there's only so many times you can double the piece count in a puzzle before it starts to, like, have a toll. Okay. Moment to just move my shoulders around a little bit. Try and get some blood flow going. Drink a little bit of water. Okay. So I spotted a piece, but now I don't remember where it was. Oh yeah, it was right here. Sweet. Okay. That was a nice little... You know what? Every piece that ends up being easy to solve, I'll take it. Beggars can't be choosers. I am content with that piece solved. Okay. So now, what are we missing here? We're just missing 2 more pieces on this bar. I'm not... Okay, which... One of them is the outer, and one of them is the most inner. It's weird. You'd think those are kind of like the easiest ones to spot. Fortunately, I think we're gonna have to... We've exhausted our possibilities here. It's definitely possible that the piece we're looking for is on the white side at this point. In this case, it isn't, but that is going to start being more and more of a thing. Let's flip the puzzle, get a different orientation, see what we find. Maybe on this axis. Looking at some other sides here. Gosh. Not really. We keep, no. I have no idea where it is then. Oh wait, here's one of them. Okay, okay. There we go. Nice. Oh my goodness. Definitely starting to feel it. Definitely starting to feel the physical strain of solving this puzzle. It's a physically demanding puzzle. It's heavy. It's not turning very well. The physical and mental punishment of it. Okay. So, where... We knew we spotted one of them on red, but which... Where on red? Not the right one? No, it is. It is. Okay, yeah. Nice. Whew. For a second there, I was about to be very sad. I know that a lot of this commentary is not, like, very followable. Just because, it's really hard to see in the live stream exactly what I'm doing. I wanted to get a POV going so I could like really like play by play show exactly what I'm doing, but just not practical for a puzzle this big. Okay, so we have all but one piece done on this bar. Ready to move on here. Let's see. Okay, so let's try and remember. I'm trying to get better at just like spotting exactly what we need here. Okay, so I found... No, did I find it? Yes, okay, good. Whew. There we go. That's what we'll probably just do with 3-layer here. It's the easiest turn to make it happen. Oh goodness, no. Okay. Glad I spotted that. That was right in front of me. If that was happening in the back of the puzzle, that would be not so fun. Okay, so did we? I keep going back and forth on whether or not I found this piece. It is it. I am sure. Just... Yes, the white side here, it's definitely not half done. And unfortunately, as much as once this white side is finished, it'll be exponentially faster to do the next one, because I'm going to stick the white side on the bottom and then just not worry about, you know, it just makes things so much easier having all the pieces. It's just one less color of pieces to sort through in your mind, and one less side that the piece that you're looking for could be on, and that makes such a big difference. But unfortunately, each side, as you get farther and farther along, becomes exponentially slower and harder, because it's going to get to the point where I'm looking for a piece and there aren't multiple of that specific kind of center. But anyways, there is that bar. Whew. Do you have an estimate for how long it will take to solve this puzzle? My goal is 50 hours, but it's honestly looking like it might take longer than that, because my goal for this first day was to get the white side done, and we're 4 hours in, and we're gonna have a pretty good preview here in a second of how much progress we've made exactly. But, you know, we're not really on track to solve the white center today completely. We're not quite there. It's a little bit unfortunate, not gonna lie, but this is also a really hard puzzle, so I'm not gonna beat myself up over it too much. But hey, you know, we still have 6-hour session today left, so whatever happens, happens. Yeah, we're getting a nasty lock here. And that's the thing, sometimes something as simple as just inserting this bar, which should not be hard, you know, we're just running into this issue. Maybe if I try moving it in first, like this. It's clearly not an alignment issue. It's a tolerance issue. Oh, whoa, hold on. There we go. I was struggling so much with it, and then suddenly, boom, it just comes in perfectly. Okay. But yeah, it might be 100 hours when it's all said and done. Yeah. Yeah, it's a doozy. Or let's see. We're not dropping any frames. That's looking good. Yeah, just full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. Okay, so now I don't know. There's so many options for things that we could do. We could start making other bars. Like I could take this, we could build this block here. Take it in at least a couple different directions. Stream quality is great. That's really good to hear. I'm glad. I wanted to have this stream be as nice as possible for this this solve. I'm glad that it's looking nice. I spent like 12 hours getting everything set up for the stream yesterday, getting these lights, the cameras, trying to... for whatever reason, I had such a hard time lighting this puzzle. So the stickers are very reflective, and depending on where I had the lights, it would like glare really bad and just kind of not look very good. And I feel like what I arrived at looks pretty decent, at least for the limitations of like what I have on hand here. Yeah, so you know what? I think I'm gonna continue on, just push on with making this section of centers. So 4 more rows here. I think getting a complete block, these 2 complete blocks here of, these are 9 by 9, so it's 81 centers, having 2 of those done, you know, it's such a tiny part of the entire puzzle, but I think for morale purposes, having 2 of those done would be really nice. So yep, I think I'm gonna start with this row, so 3 from the top, starting with this piece right here. Let's move it into an orbit where it's not gonna, you know, maybe even this. Let's see what happens. I haven't really been solving around the purple side here, so maybe there's gonna be some fresh pieces ripe for the taking. Just gotta be careful not to mess with the center here. But I think it's getting to be pretty like blatantly obvious. So I think we don't have to worry about it too much. All right, so let's just kind of assess things here a little bit. This is, oh yeah, we're not doing 2 from the center. We're doing 3 deep. I'm not really sure if we have the star center for that anywhere here. Oh, there it is. Nice. Okay. So yeah, let's put the star center in. Just kind of see what we have here. See what we can work with. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. There we go. Okay. Nice. Okay. We got 2 pieces here. That's pretty good. And a piece here. Those actually work. Nice. So, go ahead and start working with this material. Oh, and we already have that particular. So, ooh, that actually lines up pretty well. We have, unfortunately, a 2... Ooh! Yeah, these layers are not aligned properly. They really don't want to be aligned properly. Hi, are you reading chat? Yes, I am reading chat. I see a lot of people solving big minxes with redux, but it isn't the best method. You can use the unsolved centers to solve the edges, the already solved centers, and solve the puzzle in blocks. Yes, that is true. That is the method that I am using, or I'm going to use, is the solve a center, solve a block, and then solve the edge between it. So then I would solve this center and then these two edges in that corner, and do the block building method. That is definitely the most efficient way of doing it. Trying to do edge pairing without with the completely solved centers would just be way less efficient for sure. Okay. Let's try and remember exactly what we're doing here. This. Okay. I actually probably want oh no. Oh wait. Thought I messed up there for a second. But we're good. You don't have to answer this, but what is your favorite cubing YouTuber? Gosh, that's tough. I don't watch too much cubing YouTube now, but actually there's a pretty easy answer to that. It would be Matt Bonner for sure. He's been doing some really sick videos lately. Yeah. But overall, I've kind of fallen a little bit out of touch with cubing YouTube. Okay, let's see here. There's also a guy, his video quality is not like super crazy good or anything, but I think his channel is like Jacob Cubing. He's been making some really cool puzzles lately. Some really crazy stuff. Okay. Just realized that all the pieces that I can move into place on this side are not helping us very much. That's unfortunate. That's rough. Have you heard of Z3 cubing? No, don't think so. Am I the only one who saw the live of the 22 by 22? Oh my goodness, you were there live? That's crazy. I think I had like, there was like 20 something people watched when the puzzle blew up. Yeah, that was a long time ago. My last live stream on this channel back in 2015. Made a fully bandageable Lego 9x9. That is awesome. Yeah, the Lego bandage cubes is always a really interesting concept. Okay, here's one of the pieces. Finally. There's a lot of false leads here for a second. Okay. There we go. Okay, I gotta remember specifically what was the piece I was going for. Oh. Yeah, it's right here, and then the piece that we're it's on this layer. So which right here? Okay, and then the piece we're bringing it. All right, so double turn one way, double turn the other way. Take care, I'm not person. I literally just watched the end of the video where the puzzle broke down and all those pieces. Yeah. That was a rather infamous live stream. It's the next day, because I posted the stream to my YouTube. It got featured on the front page of Reddit and ended up going viral. I got like 1 million views in one day. To this day, it's the only video I've ever had. It's the only time I've ever even come close to getting 1 million views in a day. It was absolutely insane. Yeah, removing moves with the bandage cubes is it is kind of counterintuitive. It would make it so much more difficult. What happened to the 51 by 51? It's pretty much an abandoned project at this point. Yeah. It didn't really fail or anything. Like, I didn't run into any roadblocks. I just kind of gave up. It was just like, I realized that getting a 51 by 51 off the ground, like making it happen, was gonna take probably 6 months of full-time work, which unfortunately is just not in the cards at the time. And I think still it's kind of not in the cards but eventually, maybe one day, be able to do it. Well, I don't know. I don't have any current plans for a 51 by 51. But we will see. Okay. 4 hours in. 4 hours, 19 minutes. It's not bad. Okay. Reorient here. We're definitely getting to the point where pieces are going to be a bit harder to find. We're kind of exhausting areas of the cube for all the useful pieces I can get out of it. So we're doing third from the top. Third from the top layer. Okay. I just got to remember that and keep that in the back of my mind. And I also need to keep in mind that eventually, since there are pieces missing, unfortunately, or stickers missing, eventually I am going to run into the point where there's going to be a piece that I'm looking for, and the reason I can't find it is just because the sticker fell off. So I'm going to have to glue on the sticker, a new sticker, and we'll have to continue. So there's going to be a little bit of on the fly stickering, which is not ideal, but is what it is. Okay. Anyways, looking for... This bar has really not come together very well. It's almost hard to even find it. But, okay. Oh, is this... Okay, cool. We got one of the pieces I'm looking for. Are you insane? Perhaps. I feel kind of insane right now. Like, we're so early into this solve that it's just... It just feels like this impossible mountain to climb right now, honestly. It's just like, we are so far from even getting close to finished, and it just feels like progress is not very forthcoming. Any updates on the 51 by 51? I guess I'm not quite insane enough for that puzzle. Yeah, it's pretty much an abandoned project at this point. It never really got past the design and like proof of concept phase. I realized it was just going to take too much work, basically. It was a little beyond what I was willing to sacrifice at the moment. Okay, so the reason why we just... It was the wrong layer. Alright. A little bit of Marlube. But yeah. No plans currently to work on the 51 by 51. Which, you know, with the world record currently recently being updated, I'm not in a particular rush either. Or there isn't much of a rush. Okay, so one of the pieces I'm looking for here. All right, a little bit of progress. There's this one. So we'll just do a triple turn here, get that out of the way. No, is it? No, it's not. Oh, gosh. Is there a way to 3D print like a 21 by 21 for it to be cheap? I mean, the cost of plastic to make a 21 by 21 would not be that much. Like probably less than $100 for sure. and then a printer, you know, probably set you back a couple $100 at this point. So, I mean, you might be able to like design and 3D print 21 by 21 for like maybe $300 or $400, but which I assume is cheaper than the mass-produced version, but it's also going to require a lot of work and take a very long time. It depends on how dedicated you are. Okay. Ooh, yes. All right. We have a piece. We have a piece. That's good. Okay. And it's easy too. It's one move to set up. Not bad at all. What happened to the 22 by 22 cube? It worries me. I mean, that puzzle is it ended up breaking again not long after I made the video about it, and I've not reassembled it since. I decided to just let it be. That puzzle wasn't meant to be. But I do have all the pieces for it in a box somewhere, so it still exists, but I don't know. I've thought about doing like a 22 by 22 restoration 10 years later kind of thing, but we'll see. We will see. I don't know. I want to get a 3D printer so I can make big cubes for cheap. I'd say that making, if your interest is, you know, designing and 3D printing twisty puzzles, it's definitely a good option. Always recommend getting a 3D printer. But it's also a very difficult hobby. So just be warned. It's gonna be tough to 3D print your own custom puzzles, but it is doable. I'm watching the stream while solving my 9x9 while you're solving the Minx of Madness. Getting comfy, solving some big puzzles. Nice way to spend the evening. Okay. Yeah, this third row bar is just taking an eternity. Really, really slow. Slower than all the other ones for sure, but that's okay. It just needs to get done. I don't know where all these pieces are hiding because I just can't find them. I don't even think anything I'm looking for is over there either. Very strange. Am I just not seeing this properly? Like, okay, this piece right here, is that what we need? Oh, it is. Okay. That's not too bad then. Always trying to use these triple turns whenever I can, just because they're, or these 3 layers, because they solve or they turn a lot easier than the other ones. Okay, that's there. Our bar that we're working on. On almost any other puzzle, the bar that you're currently working on is like super obvious to see, and it's just like not difficult at all. But on this puzzle, even the bar that you're working on can just kind of get lost in the noise. Let's see. It's cool, up to 616 views on this stream. That's awesome. Thank you everybody for watching. Okay. right, there we go. Sweet. Okay. I was about to say, yes, I got half the bar done, but still missing this one piece, and I just cannot for the life of me find it. All right, I really gotta write this down here. This. There is one with a missing sticker there. But unfortunately, I really don't want to make a mistake when it comes to misidentifying a sticker that's missing. I want to make sure that this solve is legit. There's so many close calls. There's so many pieces that are almost the one I'm looking for, but not quite. It really is like solving, like at this point, it's more like solving a jigsaw puzzle than it is solving a twisty puzzle. Because it just ends up being dominated by just looking for a specific piece. Oh, wait a minute. Ooh. Let me double check. It's on the right, second, third row. Second, third row. There it is. Okay, I found it. Don't think there's any direct slice, but I could probably bring it over. And it was on the, which side was it? Oh no, the moment I find it, I lose it again. It was either on this. Oh boy. I think it was right here. On the right. 2 over, 1 down. Yeah. Pretty sure. We'll see. We'll see. Pretty sure it's over here on one of these layers. But it's almost difficult to even like to just get these two in the same frame of reference here. They're like on the exact opposite sides of the puzzle. One on light green, one on dark green. I'm trying to think of what's the best way to bring them over. I think I should just probably bring this one up into this orbit. Okay. So. Let's see. Sorry, I've been reading chat for a second. What other projects do you have in mind? Currently, I don't have any puzzles that I'm working on. How much time do you spend on solving these? You know, this is the first like truly giant puzzle I've ever tried to solve. And I think this one is gonna take a long time. My original goal, 50 hours on this, I don't think we're gonna reach it. I think it's going to take longer than 50 hours, which is pretty brutal. And I am just, I'm at the point where I can't even remember specifically, like, the exact piece that I'm trying to move over, which is this one. But it's just like, someone described this as kind of like a Where's Waldo type thing. It really is. It's just... This is not the right piece. It's not the right piece. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's not. Ugh. You know what? There's actually something I haven't thought of until just now, which is if I really genuinely cannot find a piece, it actually makes a little bit more sense to just skip it and keep going. So that's what I'm going to do. We can always use a commutator to inject the right piece into the center later. It's not ideal. How much do you create it or buy it? How much money for this puzzle? It's a very expensive puzzle. Definitely in the multiple thousands of dollars. I will say that. It's definitely the most expensive puzzle I own. I think the raw materials of this puzzle is close to $1,000. And then there's obviously also the time and energy put into it. The dopamine hit when I solve it. Yeah, it is gonna be wild, but that is going to be a hard-earned dopamine hit. Because, oh my goodness. Hard dopamine rush, yeah. It is so far off at this point that I'm just like not quite in despair, but it is just how long did it take to scramble the puzzle? It took about an hour of just scrambling. You know, given this turning quality, it is a little easier to, well, infinitely easier to scramble a puzzle, obviously. But yeah, even with just doing random moves, it still took about an hour to get to a scramble where I felt like it was properly scrambled. Definitely a very slow one. Yeah, not too bad. If it took more than an hour to scramble, like several hours to scramble, then I think that would have been a pretty strong indication that this puzzle's never getting solved. That it's just the turning quality is not good enough to ever make that happen, but ooh, I hear something I don't like. Could be just crunching, but you never know. About an hour ago, I had a really bad jumble of pieces that was not fun to deal with. So I'm trying my best here to not have a repeat of that incident. That took like 15 minutes to solve, or to resolve, which doesn't sound so bad, but it is. Is that a 21 by 21? Yes, it is. It is 21 layers. Unfortunately, we just lost one of the white stickers. So there's definitely a couple white stickers that, oh, was that actually one of the pieces? No. No. But yeah, I'm just gonna take it easy here. Keep going. Hello, win 51 by 51. That is a question I got a feeling I'm going to answer probably 100 times during the stream, which is all good. Pretty much never. I've pretty much abandoned the 51 by 51 project. Not because there was really any issues, but just time constraints. I ended up getting really, really busy with other things, and I think it's going to take roughly, I think I estimated that it was going to take me like 6 months of full-time work to do 51 by 51. Or do it really, really slowly over the course of years, and I don't like doing puzzles very, very slowly, so it's just not practical, unfortunately. What do you name this cube? This cube is called the Minx of Madness. Normally, dodecahedron puzzles use the metric prefixes, but this puzzle is so big that the metric prefixes don't go this high, even with the updates that happened a couple years ago. Your whole life as Rubik's Cube will be very good. Okay, so we're trying to. There's this piece. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do to handle the potential sticker problem, because again, I don't want to accidentally put the wrong sticker in place. What I will do is solve the white center completely, and when I'm certain that there are no white stickers anywhere on the puzzle, then I will replace all the gaps with blank stickers, or blank pieces that don't have stickers on them, and then sticker it up. Which is going to be a very, very slow process. That one a project? Yeah. Unfortunately, not every project can come to fruition. And it would have been crazy. I think that, you know, if the... Ooh, hold on. We got a problem. This is not good. That's it. We have a pop. This is the first pop of the entire project. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Okay, this is actually really bad. Alright, we need a moment to assess the situation here. This is not good. Okay, every other part of this looks fine. Okay. So I think that goes there. There's this piece, which is the right kind. We're missing two. All right. And then, oh goodness. This is crazy impressive, dude. If I want to torture myself, I'll sit down with the 11 by 11. No way I could do this. Oh no. You arrive just as it pops. You know what though? We're like 4 hours and 45 minutes into this solve so far, and that is the first pop. So we're doing okay. It could be a lot worse. I think most puzzles you solve it for 4 hours, you're gonna get at least one pop. So okay, I think that we just settled this. All right. Kinda. Now we gotta put this puzzle piece back in, and it's really important that I figure out exactly specifically where. Okay, I think I just can't recognize this piece. Oh, is that it? Yes. Hey, there we go. It's back in. Oh, thank goodness. Do you have tools to fix it? I do have these. This tool. It's mostly used just for cleaning 3D prints and like grabbing things, snipping filament. But it's actually pretty useful. I'll like grab onto a cubie and then just kind of like twist it, which is very difficult to do with your hands, but it's actually pretty easy to do with this tool. So yeah, I like using this tool to fix things on this puzzle. What is the turns per hour on this puzzle? I like how you put it in hours. That's that's not a. I don't think that's a bad way of looking at it. I'm not sure, honestly. I know I'm turning like slightly more than 1 turn per minute, I want to say, but I don't know. It's probably not more than 100 turns per hour, if we're being honest. Which does not bode well for how long this puzzle is going to take to solve. Okay. We're up to a solid 655 views on this stream so far. Not bad at all. I think it'll probably, well, depending if I give up before my original time that I wanted to stop. Probably get up to 1,000 views, which is pretty cool. Okay, this has been the cursed bar that has just taken forever and has not is still not finished. I started it like probably an hour ago. Oh, I don't know why this one is just like causing so many problems. Okay, anyways, we need to just move on from the cursed bar. But unfortunately, we still have so many pieces missing on it. It's still not even close to finished. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping there aren't any big pops, but we'll see. So let's just try and get some points on the board here. I'm seeing... Okay. Okay. There's actually multiple pieces we need here that are right here, so that's good. That's nice. That's a little thing going our way finally on this bar. A discovery. I'm actually just gonna really quickly go before doing this turn. Well, actually, I'll do the turn first and then. Then quickly go check up on the cameras. I am recording a time lapse. No, I'm on battery on my phone. If you solved 13 or 15 moves per second TPS, you would have made 250,000 turns at this point. Yihang would have made 250,000 turns on this puzzle so far. Unfortunately, though, my TPS is a little worse. Yeah, I'm gonna go check the time-lapse camera real quick. Yeah, I'm hoping that time-lapse is gonna end up looking pretty cool. Because I do have this stream, and the stream has the timer, there's pseudo timer in the back there on that screen, which is nice. But yeah, this is not necessarily this. I have a slightly higher quality camera that I'm going to be recording the main time lapse on. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So that'll be nice. I also have the overhead camera, which is currently not recording because it's a little bit more limited. It's also my nicest camera, but I'm saving that for... I'll definitely have it running during the final, final few minutes or when a big milestone happens. I wonder if 250k moves will be enough. It will definitely be a lot more than enough. If this thing took 250,000 turns to solve, it would never get done. You can see how slow the turns are happening for me. And yeah, it just would be beyond impossible. But luckily, it's not going to take 250,000 turns. It might take more than 10,000 turns, though, which is still a lot, and still going to take an unreasonable amount of time. When I started this stream, I was like, you know what? I'm hoping that this puzzle will be done before the start of European Championships this weekend. And I'm already thinking it's going to take a lot longer. Now I'm hoping I can have it done by the end of European Championships. So we'll see. Will Timon be crowned European champion before this puzzle is solved? Will I be watching the finals as I solve this, get to the Mega Minx reduction of this? We'll see. That'd be pretty crazy. I guess that's the ticking clock. That's the time restraint that I'm going for here. Solve this puzzle, finish it before the end of Euros. Yeah, I have a proposal for you. Magnetize it and I'll buy one. Yeah, unfortunately I don't think magnets are going to be doing a whole lot for this puzzle. Those are more of a speed cubing accessory, and this puzzle is definitely not speed cubing. Speed cube worthy. I'm feeling pretty good though. I feel like I'm getting a bit of a second wind, I want to say. you know, we had some darker moments about an hour ago on this stream, but, well, not darker, but I feel like you know, there's a shifting of momentum. There's a good bit of morale boost. I don't know what it is. Just something about this particular moment. Happy to be solving. I am a cuber after all. I do like solving puzzles. It's a fun challenge. It's just, my goodness, this puzzle is difficult to solve. But yeah, I had some really unreasonable expectations for my first attempt back in 2022. I wanted to solve that puzzle, not only solve it, but in one sitting. And I was getting prepped to solve it in one sitting, which just absolutely is never going to happen. I don't think I could physically stay awake for long enough, let alone not mentally implode and physically implode before finishing it. Okay, this one's 5. No. Not seeing any material to work with here. The third row has really been picked clean. I don't think I've really considered this side too much. There's just nothing. There's just nothing here. I do feel like we're getting closer and closer to just having, like, running into the missing stickers issue. Because there are some missing stickers. Plans to do the biggest pyramids. The cube is very resistant. Good mechanism. As for the biggest pyramids, I don't have that puzzle anymore. I did sell it before solving it. I mean, I disassembled it and reassembled it in a solved state. So yeah, no biggest pyramid solve, unfortunately. Oh, what's this? Oh my goodness. It's like Christmas. Christmas has come early. I found... Is that 4 up? Oh, it is! It's both of the pieces I've been looking for. Wow, and they're already lined up too. That is lovely. That is what solving this puzzle is all about. When the stars align, everything comes together. You think you'll ever obtain a lifetime mean of 3? No, definitely not. This is a one and done deal. You know what though? Maybe like in the distant future, if you know, these cubing companies in an endless game of one-upmanship somehow get to the point where they're mass producing a 21-layer Minx, and they wanted to send one to me for free, then maybe I would do a mean of 3 on a better turning version of this puzzle. In fact, I definitely would, but on this particular version of the Minx of Madness, I think it'll be a little much. Part-time Cuban, you're in a loop. Okay, so let's see here. Got this piece. We're just gonna bring it over. I might eventually, I mean, right now, I'm talking with the chat and stuff. I wonder if, like, I guess if it ever gets to the point on this stream where there's like nobody watching, or it's just like late and nobody's around in the chat and stuff, I might listen to stuff while I'm solving. Just like listen to a podcast or something. It's generally a good way to get in the zone, but I don't know. 5 hours in, about halfway through today's session, and I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty focused, just being here in the moment, thinking about the solve. It might be the case that this puzzle just kind of needs, you need to just be focused on it, or it's not going to work. How could the rotation of large cubes be improved? You know, a good person to ask that question to is Matt Bonner, because his 34 by 34 turns much better than this puzzle, despite having more pieces. So I think there's a way to do it, and he's figured it out. And I'm not 100% sure what it is, to be honest. Well, I kind of know what it is. It's using a better mechanism. And using more support material and stuff. Whereas I was trying to like optimize this for FDM 3D printing in a way that just kind of doesn't make sense. Good luck on solving it. Thank you, Simon. I'm excited to put your stream on over the days. Come and chill and be nice. Calm vibe. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I want this to be a nice, calm, chill stream. Solving some big puzzles. Slowly working through it. Okay, so I did miss this one piece on this bar. I'm gonna do one last attempt at trying to find it before. Ooh, didn't like to feel that. Before putting it in or giving up. It was just brutal. But everything's been kind of mashed up and rearranged a little bit now, so maybe it's there. I am noticing something a little weird here. I don't know if that piece is in the wrong spot or not. 5 hours. Yep, 5 hour mark. This thing is a marathon, all right. 5 hours and we're, you know, this is most of what we got. It's tough. It's definitely a very punishing puzzle to try and solve. I don't want to get my hopes up. Yeah, there's this one piece that is just utterly elusive. Cannot find it. Oh, there it is. I'll take care. Thanks for stopping by. How would you pronounce your name? Rito XE. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. Okay. So I think, let me confirm. Yes, finally we found the piece. Oh, that was brutal. That was the hardest. Oh man, this bar has just been the worst. It really has been the absolute worst. There's something going on here. It's almost as if these pieces are not in the right place, but I think they are. It just looks weird. Ooh, I don't want to get too paranoid about like pieces being in the wrong spots and worrying about things that aren't problems and all that. We're just kind of like lining this layer up here, getting her in position. Forgot I had a 7x7 because of watching this vid. Just got one white bar on my 9x9. One white bar at a time. Okay. So this is, oh man, this is such a not great turn to do as well for this last missing piece. That's okay. Just gonna make it happen. There's definitely resistance. Oh man. It's two turns we gotta do. Make sure things are not falling apart here on the other side. This this little turntable thing that I'm solving on really just does make all the difference in the world. What would you do if after it's solved, someone scrambled it? I would get angry and put a blanket over. So look at it. Oh, I don't think anybody I know would do that, thankfully. I don't think anybody I know would be like brave enough to even try and solve this without breaking it. But yeah, I don't know. I'd be pretty upset, honestly. I couldn't really say that about any other puzzle, but you know, this is one where it's not just annoying to solve it. It's like such a big challenge. It is like, this is the hardest puzzle that has ever been attempted to be solved. And I don't think there's, I mean, the second is the 33x33, which was recently solved, or not the 33x33, the 23x23. This one is, yeah, just such a crazy challenge. What would you do if the cube popped badly? You know, I'm gonna really have to assess how bad it is. I mean, if we're talking about like one of these 9x9 grids being blown out, it'd be annoying, but you know, that's salvageable. It's not the end of the world. But if we're talking like one of the sides came off and the puzzle was just like disintegrated to the point where it's just not even salvageable, then honestly I'd use that as an opportunity to just assemble it solved and just not worry about it and forget about trying to solve it. I wouldn't try scrambling and solving it again, because honestly, like, just sorting all the pieces and assembling this would take a crazy amount of time. It would not be fun. I didn't put markings on these pieces to make them easier to sort either. They're just as is. Which, I guess that's how confident I was that this puzzle was not going to disintegrate on me, because there isn't really an option to fix it if it does. I mean, no, I could fix it. It just wouldn't be very fun to fix. Oh my goodness, the cursed bar. It is no more. Oh, yes. This feels good. This feels good, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my goodness. There we go. Let's take a look to take a moment to admire our progress here. Low key turns better than my Minx. Oh man, I haven't seen too much footage of Minx's turning. Actually, isn't there a there's like a giant puzzle that was mass produced. I think it's like the Minx. And the current UWR on that is like 7 hours. So I wonder how well that puzzle turns. Or if that's like kind of there's something wrong with it and that's why it's so slow as a UWR, because I'd imagine that puzzle would turn a little better if it's mass produced. Okay, so these bars right here are just brutal. Like these ones where we're really getting deep into the puzzle here. I'm not looking forward to doing them, but let's just do them. I just need to get them out of the way. I just need to not worry about them. But yeah, we're actually 2/3 of getting these 2 blocks done. We've done the equivalent of a full block, so that's cool. I'm happy about that. Yeah. All right, 4 blocks deep. 4 blocks. I already see the start of a bar here, so we're just gonna do that. Flip it. Okay. One thing about this is just the moment you get used to solving one kind of piece, it's gone. And now you're doing a new kind of piece. Never have time to get settled. Okay, but anyways, all right. Actually, a really good start. I like to have the piece that's directly connected to the star center, just because, I don't know, visually having those connected kind of makes it easier to see. And we can do that in 1 turn. So that's actually really nice. So this bar, unlike the previous one, the cursed bar is coming together a little better. I just want to make sure, where is the white center in this? It's right here. We're not destroying it. Okay, cool. Yeah, but I'm hoping slowly that I do get better at solving this puzzle. So, like, you know, all this time spent on it is actually like practice, and slowly I'm going to be like more efficient and able to build things out better. Get better at identifying pieces and all that good stuff. All right. The cube turns well if I think about how there are other cubes that don't turn. Yeah. Yeah, it's all relative. Okay. All right, so let's see. It's pretty hard to even identify 4 deep pieces. Oh goodness. That's the thing. These layers get exponentially harder the deeper we go here. But I don't know. I don't know if there's a strategy beyond just like sucking it up that the big, like the super big cube solvers use to solve like a 21 by 21. Are they just counting the layers? Are they just really eagle-eyed and able to spot the exact piece they're looking for right away? I don't know. I feel like ultimately doing this on a dodecahedron is harder just because there's just so many more colors, so many more places where the pieces can be. But it also shouldn't be that bad. I don't know. I feel like maybe it's a practice thing. Like, I just need to get a couple of these giant centers under my belt before we're really getting like into the groove and being able to like identify them and figure it out. This first center is just going to be the worst. It's going to be the worst in every way. Yeah, I'm really trying to like for this center example, there's a few white pieces. I just can't immediately tell if any of them are the ones that I need. Actually, there's one that is the piece that I need, so that's good. Bring it in. Look at that. Oh, that is just lovely. That is just lovely. This puzzle, it's not there's an element of randomness. Well, obviously, it's all randomness, but like it can make such a difference just noticing the piece right away. Is that a Minx puzzle in the bag? Yes, this is a Minx. The Minx of Madness is a 21 by 21, right? Yes, indeed. This is 21 layers. Got here. What is this monstrosity? The Minx of Madness, a custom 3D printed puzzle. This is one of a kind. It is the biggest face-turning dodecahedron in the world. And we are solving it. One agonizing piece at a time. It's definitely, you know, I don't know if puzzles still have this where they like rate the difficulty. Like this is a level 7 difficulty. This is a 10 out of 10 right here. This is a 10 out of 10 difficulty puzzle if there ever was one. Maybe you would even have a gimmicky, this is actually a level 11. You know, this is off the charts difficult. I've been solving puzzles for 15 years now, give or take. And this is definitely the hardest puzzle I've ever attempted. It's hard to even like keep my place, and like what am I even trying to move here? See, I'm turning the wrong layer. That's what's happening. We're in the wrong direction. It happens. I like get disoriented. There we go. You'd be interested to see the super flip. Oh, goodness. Yeah. There's no, like, easy way to put a Minx into the super flip position. I think, I don't think any patterns on the Minx is an easy thing to do. Unless it's a really simple one. Oh, there we go. Come on. There we go. So since I rotate this around so much, I'm like, where was even the piece that I was trying to like put in place? There it is. And then we could do a nice 3 slice. Every third 2 or 3 layers in this puzzle are a lot easier to solve or move. And that has to do with the mechanism that I use to make this. I solved the Terramix in 2 hours. Can't imagine solving this madness. That's actually a pretty decent Terramix time. But yeah, this is brutal. Took me 3 days to solve the Terramix. Oh man. You know what? Just getting through it. It's 1,000 pieces. It's definitely gonna take a while. That's like 300 pieces per day. I've never seen someone so invested in punishing their brain so badly. What's that saying? Yeah, I'm a sucker for punishment. I think I might be a sucker for punishment when it comes to this kind of stuff. Corin, what is the status of the Atlas Minx? Like, is it scrambled or what? The Atlas Minx was never scrambled. I did sell it, and I'm not really sure what it's up to now. I'm not sure if the guy who bought it has ever scrambled it. I don't think so, as far as I know. But yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. We found one of the pieces we were looking for. Good. How many layers does my Pyraminx have? So the record-breaking Pyraminx was 13 layers. And that puzzle also sold. So 5 deep. 5 deep. That's the center one. Do we have the center one? No, we do not have the center one. Okay. Actually, we'll do. Can't 3 slice. We got a 4 slice. Okay. We got to 4 slice this thing. Yeah, the 4th slice on this is not too bad. It's really these 2 layers that are really bad, and the top layer, like these 2 separating, are really bad. So I definitely try and avoid any of the bad turning ones as much as possible, obviously. But it does involve like a little bit of solve strategy to try and like use the good turning layers as much as possible. I'm also trying to add a little bit of lube to this puzzle just whenever the opportunity presents itself. Make life a little easier. The turning is slowly improving. I feel like I'm speeding up just a little bit, but I also don't want to get careless either. Because it's also possible to start speeding up and going too fast and then end up causing a horrible pop. "13, damn, is it magnetized?" Yes, every single centerpiece in the 13 by 13 Pyraminx has 3 magnets in it on each side. But this puzzle does not have any magnets in it. I tried to make a 2x2 myself, and it popped horribly wrong. Huh. You know, making a 2x2, it might not sound too difficult on the face of it. You know, it's the smallest WCA puzzle, but that's no easy task. There's a lot that goes into just getting any twisty puzzle to work. And yeah, definitely don't get discouraged. It is not easy. Okay. I feel like I'm making good progress on this bar here, but it's still a lot of work. It still just always takes longer than I feel like it should. I might be messing up and like accidentally scrambling pieces that I just solved every now and then, losing a little bit of progress. Like already I feel like I'm maybe, is this the wrong, where was the piece that I was working on? Is this the wrong depth? Oh goodness. Yeah, it's a 5 deep, not a 4 deep. Gosh. Not really, they are basically the same, but 2x2 is just a 3x3. So corners so big they cover up the edge pieces. Yes. You are halfway to the white center. Let's go. Thank you. Yeah. Gotta power through it. One tiny little difficult to recognize piece at a time. Whew. I kind of like this like little rotation thing. I can like not even hold on to the puzzle and just kind of like do this and just browse. Like, oh, okay. See if anything catches my eye. Nope. I'll just move on. Oh, was this the piece that I was looking for? Do we need it? We do. Okay. The cover up is hard because you can't see it. I mean, now that I'm past, I decided I was going to limit myself to 4 hours a day for this puzzle. Feeling pretty, I was going to limit myself to 10 hours a day solving / streaming. So now that we are past the halfway mark for this session, you know, I'm feeling good. It's a little shifting of momentum here. It's like, all right, we're over the hump. And now it's just like, let's try and finish this session strong. Are we going to finish this white center? Unfortunately, no. Definitely not. But that's okay. We'll get it done tomorrow for sure. Just about finishing what I can today. Seeing where we end up here. But definitely the trend is that these bars are getting harder and harder as we exhaust pieces, as we start to deplete all of the white pieces on this puzzle. Finding the specific one we're looking for is more difficult. And also as we're getting deeper and deeper into this puzzle, counting the number of layers and oh goodness, all right, we got an issue. Piece popped. Let me try and stick it in there. There we go. Nice. So that's a second pop so far in 5.5 hours, but that one was pretty easy. You know, that was not a difficult one to fix. We had a problem earlier that ended up taking it was a good like 15 minutes, which is kind of exhausting on a puzzle that's taking this long to solve. I bought the Yuxin 4x4 and 5x5 in Pyraminx. It's fast, but it pops way easily. You might want to increase your tensions just a little bit. Hey Corin, my strat to solving higher order Minx's faces is to put the white center on top, make a full star, and then put in all the other white pieces on the top 6 faces as they're easily assembled. I think I understand the strategy you're going for, starting with the white star. Yeah, I tried that last time, something similar to that last time. And it made it way easier from a like thinking about it perspective, but it was kind of it's very it uses extra turns a little bit of extra turns to do it that way. And unfortunately, even though it would be easier mentally, this puzzle turns so poorly that I'm trying to like prioritize a strategy that uses as few turns as possible. But I don't know, maybe I'll try something like that on the other faces. How many pops total so far? Only 2. It's really not bad. 2 pops in 9 hours and solving this many pieces. You know, that's pretty comparable to what I'd get if I was solving a Minx. I mean, I almost get at least 1 pop solving a Minx. But of course, I am going super slow and careful, whereas here I'd be like speed solving as much as possible. What 3D printer did you use? I mostly used Ender 3s. I had a couple Ender 3 Pros and a normal Ender 3, and also an Anycubic Cobra. So 3 different kind of printers. Probably not the most efficient way to do it, honestly. You probably want to use just one kind of printer in a print farm. But yeah, ended up going for that. Piece here that's bothering me a little bit. I wonder if it's just slightly out of... It's twisted in a weird way I don't like. I don't know. It doesn't fit perfectly. There might be like a little bit of broken plastic inside that's causing that. Warren, are you from the US? No, I am from Canada. So right next to the US. Instead of making bars, you just make the stars, but then build in the pieces in between. It's a lot less counting. Yeah, so using like commutators and stuff, I'd imagine. It's definitely easier from a mental perspective. Okay, so where was the bar I'm working on? Okay, there it is. All right, we have this 3. Oh, yep, there we go. Yes, we found a piece. That's never gonna get old for me on this solve. Just finding the piece that I'm looking for. It's a little victory, and that's what this solve is all about. 6,000 little victories for one big victory. Because the big victory is so far off right now that it's just not even worth like thinking about. Oh no, is that the right? Yeah, okay. Whew. It is the right distance there. Where's the bar I was working on? Oh, there it is. It camouflages. Even though I was just working on this bar for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, it still just camouflages in. My brain just sort of edits it out. Like even in this looking at the video, like you just point, like it's not immediately obvious that the bar I'm working on is right here. It just kind of blends in. It's weird. That's another thing that's difficult about this puzzle, is it's just everything blends into itself. It's like camouflage. And there we go. And a nice 3rd layer turn, making it nice and easy. We got 2 more on this half of the bar before moving on. Do you have a favorite shape? I love the stellated rhombic dodecahedron. Probably butchered that a little bit. I'm not even sure what that shape would be off the top of my head. Favorite shape? That's tough. I really like the dodecahedron. I might be a little biased given what I'm working on currently, but I do really like dodecahedrons. I think they look really cool. Gosh, the chat's going by fast here. What is the most cursed puzzle you own? Definitely this one. People are giving their suggestions. Oh, magnets keep. Okay. All right, so we need the fourth layer, 3 off the ground, or 4 off the ground and 2 off the ground. Oh, no, that's the third layer. 4. We want the 4. Okay, so this is actually kind of easy because it's an X center. So we can just kind of like scan the puzzle for X centers, trying to find the exact X center. Oh, there it is. Yep, nice. That was actually a good strategy. It's one of those things I'll have to think about. When you have an X center, just remember that and use that to your advantage to make it easier to find. Okay, there's something a little weird looking here. I don't know. There's definitely going to be little bits of plastic breaking off inside the puzzle. Like nothing in terms of broken pieces, but just like little chunks here and there. And those are going to create little weird issues every now and then with things looking a little lumpy. But I gotta make sure I can identify the difference between that happening and an actual pop or twist or pieces being where they shouldn't be. Like this for here is definitely pieces where they shouldn't be. Or twisting and catching and getting stuck in a way that I don't like. Then it's also the case that when something like that happens and I'm like really fighting with it, it can be very easy for me to forget which layer I'm turning. Because I feel like we don't have the piece that we should be having here. Oh. Gosh. Is it good record breaker puzzles? It's a good, especially for the dodecahedron. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think this is. I mean, this is definitely better, slightly better turning, I'd say, than the Yada Minx. Not by much, but a little bit. It doesn't have that shapeways. Shapeways friction, which can kind of be broken in though, so it's not as bad. Okay, so that was the wrong piece, unfortunately, all that work. Corin, how long did it take you to print and assemble the puzzle? So this puzzle was actually made really quickly. It was, I designed it at the start of March, like begun the project in March of 2022, and it was like 95% finished in March. And then I took a little break and got it done in April, I want to say. April or May. So it took like 2 or 3 months, but of actively working on it, like probably like a month and a half, 90 days. So actually really, really fast. What do you feel you are missing after making this cube? Not sure. Remember it took Soup Timmy 20 hours to solve the Zetaminx? Oh, is there a Zetaminx solve on YouTube? That's cool. 20 hours for the Zetaminx. Oh, man. So the Zetaminx is a 13 by 13, 21 by 21. This is like an extra 8 layers. Oh, man. And I think Soup Timmy is probably, I mean, I'm not sure how much of a speed solver they are, but can't imagine I'd be doing it any faster. Probably quite a bit slower given the turning quality. All right, so I feel like I'm kind of going around in circles here a little bit. We need to change the plane that we are searching in. Maybe something like this, because we are not finding the pieces that we need. It's one of those things I gotta like still be pretty actively thinking about this. This is unfortunately not a shut your brain off kind of puzzle and just kind of relax. You know how you can kind of go into autopilot a little bit with certain puzzles, especially the WCA ones that you've just done a million times. There's definitely no autopilot with this puzzle. But they won't pause because they cranked out a 2 through 7 relay. Soup Timmy is sub 10 on 3. Okay, yeah, so he's good. Oh no, yeah. So if it takes him 20 hours to solve a Zetaminx, that is like a from a speed cuber. So it's, oh man. Yep. Yeah, this is gonna be a slow process. Oh, there are 2 pieces on this bar that I cannot find. I'm gonna go ahead and start working on the second half of it, just because I think a fresh set of eyes here is probably gonna help. I say that, and now I'm like not finding anything for this other half of the bar. There's also another thing that is not really a thing on this puzzle, but is on most others, where you just kind of like turn it a little bit just to find, like, search for pieces, which is not necessarily a great habit on like too many speed solves, but for big puzzles like this, you know, you just like do a little turn, like, oh, is there something over here? You can search around much faster. Whereas on this, it's just kind of like, it's faster to physically move around the puzzle looking versus turning, which is just kind of like, it gets exhausting. Have you ever made an icosahedron puzzle? No, actually. There's not that many classic icosahedrons out there. So yeah, I've not, that's something I've not explored, though it would be cool. They just have such a shallow dihedral angle that, and so many faces that, you know, you could make an icosahedron puzzle as big as this one, and it still wouldn't have that many layers, space for that many layers. Okay, so yeah, we're just making progress. I think that's something I gotta remind myself to be kind of careful of, is like, if I'm running into a brick wall trying to look for a certain individual piece, this is not like a, you know, like a 5x5 solve where it's bad to bail out on an edge if you truly can't find the piece, because like you should be able to find it very quickly. Just, and not give up. Like, generally it's better not to give up. Whereas on this puzzle, you know, given the just insane difficulty of it, if I need to bail on a particular center while I'm working on it, it's not a big deal. I can just come back to it. It's not even a center, it's just a specific bar. Which puzzle you made was your favorite? Probably the Atlas Minx, I'd say. That one was just came together so perfectly. It was probably the most fun I've ever had making a puzzle. So yeah, I'd probably go with the Atlas Minx. Okay, so there's a... Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna do this. Then we're gonna slide these ones out of the way, because there's a bit of material here I can work with, a couple pieces I can salvage, I can scrounge up, but they gotta get out of the way first. Is wait a minute, this piece right here. No, I don't need it. Okay. Puzzle just made a very strange noise that I've never heard it make before, which was a little bit concerning. I don't think it was anything dangerous, but I don't know, it was a weird sound. Oh my goodness. This is what non-cubers think you solve when you solve 3x3. This is the level of difficulty. Did you learn progressive F2L so you can solve it faster and it helps you with recognition? Progressive F2L. I'm not sure what that is. Hey Corin, good luck on the solving. Thank you, Stars Hooter. Appreciate it. This has been a pretty fun stream so far, I gotta say. I've been really enjoying it, like the chat interaction. I wasn't sure if anybody was gonna be watching, so that's cool. Been getting a steady, pretty much like a steady 5 to 10 viewers. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. There's really just these 3 up here that we need. Yeah, this bar is taking a while. It's kind of a brutal one. Okay, there's actually 3 of the pieces that we need here. Go ahead and bring those over. Corin, what happened to the 22x22? It fell apart, unfortunately. And that time, this time it fell apart for good. I was not gonna try and put it back together again. Probably still on a random desk or shelf somewhere. It's in a box. What inspired you to do this? So there's been some movement in the giant FDM 3D printed puzzles community lately. You know, Matt Bonner made the 34x34. That's a puzzle that is bigger than this one and turns better than this one too. So, you know, if Matt's crazy enough, you might solve it. And there was also another guy, which was the kind of the direct inspiration, Jacob Cubing on YouTube, I think is his name. He 3D printed a 23 by 23 and solved it very successfully in 7 hours, which was very impressive. I believe it is it not only is it the biggest twisty puzzle ever solved, but the only real giant FDM 3D printed puzzle ever solved. So I was like, realized that, hey, that's possible. You know, somebody else did it. And not only that, but again, since Matt Bonner has the 34 by 34, which has more pieces than this, he could conceivably solve it. So I'm like, if I want to have this record, the world record for biggest puzzle ever solved, then I need to do it now. Because the window of opportunity seems to be closing here. It seems like it's pretty inevitable. So if I want to make my mark on history, I've got to go ahead and solve this thing now. So that's what I'm doing. It was the kick that I needed to just finally make this happen. Every center you solve the edges between the solved centers. So you start with the white center and then the centers around the white. Yeah, so that is the strategy that I'm going to be going with, is the kind of block building giant dodecahedron solve strategy. I started as like just a warm-up. I did 2 centers and the matching edge here, so yes, I am going to be using that strategy on this puzzle. What do you average on 3 by 3? Just curious. I've never been super good at it, and I am like kind of out of practice, but I'd say probably like averaging is 742. Certainly still pretty comfortable for another, not a super late night. Gonna do oh, there's a little dip in the internet connection. Yeah, so when this is all said and done, I'm gonna be the time-lapse video of this thing, I'm estimating is gonna be like 300 to 400 gigabytes. So it's gonna be kind of a crazy amount of footage, but it is gonna be really cool. Like, one of the things that's motivating me is I'm very excited to see the time lapse of this when it's finally done. I'm solving the 5x5 while watching the stream. Nice chill 5x5 session in the evening. Sounds nice. 5x5 used to be my favorite event when I was really into speed cubing, or competing in competitions officially. It was my favorite event, and it was one of the only events that I would do really well in. Like, multiple times in official competition, I got an overall PB. No, oh, I just solved a center thinking it was, and it's in the wrong row, darn it. What is the largest mass-produced minx you own? It is this one, the Petaminx. Warren, have you ever tried the magnetized 8x8 through 13x13 and magnetized Terraminx? I have not. I don't have any of those fancy mass-produced puzzles. It's one of those things, it's on the wish list, but I always end up spending all my Cuban money on making giant puzzles. But it'd be cool to have a couple like speed cubable big cubes as well. You probably already answered this, but are you gonna blind next? That's a good question. I'm pretty yeah, I'll DNF this blind solve. Gonna make an attempt. One of the ideas that I had for this puzzle before I was like 100% sure what the turning quality was gonna be like. When I thought the turning quality was gonna be a little better, I wanted to do a blind scramble of this puzzle, so like get blindfolded and then just like do a bunch of random turns for a few minutes, and then just have the world's first Minx of Madness blind scramble. Not even like a fake blind solve, just a blind scramble. One off. I'm starting to get to the point where I'm making a lot of mistakes. Is it possible for a cube to have multiple layers? And if yes, has someone made a puzzle like that? I'm pretty sure there's a master cube out there. I'm not sure if there's anything beyond the master cube. People questioning the map honor in the chat. Gotta have your official verified check mark. I don't think there's too many cubers that have check marks. Oh my goodness. The quest to solve the white center continues. We're still not halfway done this white center, which is pretty rough, but we'll see. One piece at a time. You need 100k subs for a check mark. That's weird. Didn't know there was a rule for that. Kind of makes sense. Yeah, Matt, you gotta do the 33 by 30 or 34 by 34 to solve. Gotta erase. Weird going on here. There we go. Oh no, is there a missing piece? No. Okay, we're good. Getting paranoid here. And then I get sidetracked on something like that, and then I can't remember what I was working on. $33, 34 by 34 is too heavy. Yeah. Gosh, that's rough. Like, I guess, you know, you would have anticipated it being that heavy, but like the turning is so good. It's so good. Like, I could not believe how good the turning was on the 34 by 34. Oh my goodness. It looks like it's just so much fun to play with. But yeah, just physically moving that puzzle, just so, be such a challenge. puzzle has the opposite problem. It's definitely movable, but turning is just kind of... Most of the time it's okay, but every now and then you get something like this where it's just like stubborn. It does not want to make this turn. Oh no, 5x5 explosion in the chat. Hopefully that's not a not foreshadowing something happening on stream. Oh goodness. All right, we got 3 more pieces, 5 more pieces in this bar, 5 more pieces. This is one of the 3 really bad ones that are... Thank you. I put a lot of work into maximizing the turning quality. Ensure sober secrets. Yes, please. I need to know the secrets of making these puzzles turn good. I mean, seriously, that was one thing I was going to ask you. Make another one if you sold it? Yeah. I think making a 34x34 would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I don't think I would ever make a copy, another copy of any of the big puzzles I've made. Or at least not like this caliber of big puzzle I've made. Because it's just such a labor of love. Okay, what am I missing here? Okay, 3 down. Actually, we could probably 3-layer it. Okay. Is that the one I was looking for, though? Or is it getting dragged along? It's almost done, a 2-hour video on how... Oh man, it's 2 hours long. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I am so excited to see that video. Your video on the 33x33 is like my favorite cubing video, or 34x34. It's gonna take a while, new record to quit misspeaking on that, but yeah, it's my favorite video. Like the fact that you did the time lapse, or not the time lapse, the stop motion, and then like the lighting was so good, the cinematography and the whole thing was just so amazing. And I know how much extra work that is. Like making the puzzle is so difficult, so time consuming, but then presenting it, like taking the extra time to set up the cameras and set up the lighting and the time lapses and stuff, stop motion. It was just a next level cubing video. Is that what I want? No. Oh, that's really sweet. Yeah, the Atlas Minx video is definitely my favorite video I've ever made. All came together. Making the Atlas Minx, like, that was my favorite puzzle that I've ever made. It was just, I don't know, a once-in-a-lifetime cubing experience. I worked on it, like, Like I very slowly printed out all the pieces over the course of like a a reasonable amount of time. Just months slowly accumulating it, and then once I finally had all the pieces, it was like one big burst of like 2 weeks where I just worked on it nonstop, and I just got into a groove with it, and it was just so much fun to work on. Okay, do we have any? Looking good, looking good, looking good. Something a little weird feeling here. Okay, no, I think we're good. Well, that's really cool here, Matt. Matt. Really glad you like the puzzle. Okay. Okay. I think three layers here. Gosh. Oh, Jacob cubing in the chat. Jacob, your video of the of solving the 23 by 23. That is what inspired this. That's what inspired me to finally like stop being so lazy and solve this thing. It was so cool. The turning on the 23 by 23 is just like absolutely amazing. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, one more piece in this bar. I think no, it's not it. Yeah, it'd be cool to meet. I'm gonna make it. Well, shooting to make it to Worlds 2025. Maybe I'll see you there. Just the three of them. Okay. Is the piece that I'm looking for in the center? No. Is it? I have lost a few stickers, so it is possible that the sticker is just missing. It's the very middle one. It's the 5, 4. Gonna be one of the harder pieces to recognize. But it's so close to the center, it should be somewhat easy to see. It would be an interesting I'd definitely like to prick your guys' brains a bit on how on earth you're getting FDM 3D printed puzzles to turn so smoothly. All right, I think I'm starting to go around in circles a little bit here. Actually, the pieces I want are probably already. Any recommendations on 4x4? Turn fast. Okay. So these. Is this the one I'm looking for? No. It's both of the pieces I'm not looking for. Gosh. What about here, though? Okay, I think that's at least one of them. 3 off the ground. Yes. Okay, finally. Finding a piece. All right. Let's get these lined up here. All right, there we go. All right, so now just missing one more piece on this part of the bar. Which I don't think I'm gonna find. Call it a night. Good luck, Warren. Such an amazing surprise. Live stream. Oh, thanks, Matt. Take care. Hope you have a nice rest of your night. And take care, Jacob. Thanks for dropping by. Corin, if you're still in the chat, you should make a 10 by 10 dodecahedron and call it the Divine Kilominx or something. That'd be kind of cool. The mega, yeah, some kind of crazy Kilominx. I wonder what the record for the Kilominxes are these days. Not 100% sure what the biggest Kilominx ever is. All right, let's see here. Oh. Yeah, for whatever reason, I am really struggling with a lot of these very middle centers. You've been here for 2 hours? Oh my goodness. Thanks for sticking around. Yep. Um, let's see here. All right, I gotta focus. Is this it? Is this the piece? Maybe it's down here somewhere. This piece. Oh, I think that is it. Oh, thank goodness. There we go. There we go, finally. Yeah, I'm definitely getting into the habit, I think, a little bit with this solve where I'm like, spending a little bit too long getting caught up on like one specific area that I'm looking at, and I need to just be able to be like, all right, I don't see it, and then quickly move on to a new area of search, because it is like, it's like search and rescue kind of, you know, where they have like grids and stuff, and there's search patterns that they're looking in a certain area. It's important not to get too caught up in one specific area. I'm searching for a missing QB. The Royal Minx, which is an 8x8. Okay. That's a decent sized. I could do like the Emperor Killaminx or something. Sticking with the naming convention. All right, we are missing one piece on this bar here. And then we get to not have to do this bar anymore, which is strong motivation. It's been like 2 kind of bad bars in a row. Somehow I don't think that. Oh wait, hold on. Is that it? I think it is. Oh, actually I don't know if it is. I might be getting my hopes up. Oh, I think I am. That's the wrong side. That's brutal. Oh, I think I actually did find it. It's all the way over here. No. Okay, there's actually a way to put it. It's not so bad, maybe. Okay. Okay. Let's get it done here. I'm pretty sure these are in the right alignment. Yes. Finally. This has been brutal. I was planning to make a... What are people making? Planning to make one completely out of magnet cubes until I realized many would need to be how unstable it would be. Yeah. Oh, were you talking about just like making a dodecahedron out of magnets? That'd be pretty cool. Okay. This is getting brutal. This is getting brutal. But I think morale is pretty high. At least for now. We at 8 o'clock. Not bad, not bad. Oh my god. Come on. There we go. Come on. Yes. Cube is fighting me. The puzzle is fighting me on this last little bit here to get this bar done. It's been 2 brutal bars in a row. It really has. I'm noticing a trend. These things are getting harder and harder as the center nears completion. We're getting to the point where there's like only maybe 1 copy of each piece left. Oh, we have a slight pop. Oh, there we go. Not quite a pop, a little dislocation. And there it is. Finally, this bar is done. Feels good. Feels good. Yes. Yes. Oh, it feels good to be out of this. Corin, how long did it take you to solve a Minx? I think my PB is like, I want to say an hour and 5 minutes, maybe an hour 10. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but yeah. I know I've been shooting for an hour or sub hour on Minx, but I'm not quite there. I think the world record is like 20 or 33 minutes or something insane, 34 minutes, like just crazy fast. Make sure we don't have this puzzle, we don't have a disaster on our hands as I'm bringing this bar in, which it almost looks like it is. I don't know why that looks not so good. I mean, is it fine? Oh, yeah, it was just a little click. There we go. There we go. Yes. Another bar in place here. We're making progress. But, it's definitely... You'd hope to make just a tiny bit more progress in 4 minutes. Or, in the hours that we've been working on this, but the show must go on. We're now going to be doing this bar right here. You were here 6 hours ago. Oh, you caught the beginning of the stream. That's cool. This puzzle sounds so dry. It sounds so dry, but it is drowning in loop. It just kind of sounds dry no matter what, I think. Because that's just the FDM 3D printed sound. It's very scratchy. Alright, so I'm kind of examining my options here for this upcoming bar, and I'm seeing this 4 solved pieces here. That's pretty good. Okay. And then we have the star center here. Trying to figure out what axis I want to build this on for now. Well, I'm not sure. I'm going to keep it simple. We're just going to build it on the yellow top for now. Unfortunately, we lost another sticker. We've for sure lost white stickers before too, so there are some that are missing. Due to some unforeseen outside related things, people that are coming over to visit a little earlier than expected. I am gonna probably call this stream done at I think we'll hit the 7-hour mark, so a little shorter than originally planned, but yeah. Solving a Minx in 34 minutes is solving one piece every 2 seconds. I mean, that is just insane. That's crazy. Oh man, part of me really wishes that a lot of these big big puzzles were official WCA events. I think it would be pretty crazy the strategies that we'd see out of the top speed cubers if they were given like minutes to work on something like that. Like, because right now, like, of the cited events, the longest cited event is 7x7, which is being solved in like a minute and 30 seconds at this point. So it's over so fast. We don't really have any like super long events anymore that are cited anyways. So it'd be really cool to see what speed cubers could do with like a 20-30 minute event. But it would take having Minx be an event kind of thing, which I'm sure logistically is just never going to happen. Too much of a barrier to entry. That is slow on 3x3, but extremely fast on the big Minx. Oh yeah, a piece every 2 seconds. Really slow on 3x3. That would be like a minute solve basically, or almost a minute. On 3x3, you want to solve like, I mean, the top solvers are doing what, like 5-6 pieces per second or something. Something crazy. 2x2 solvers are probably solving like 20 pieces per second. Thanks, Kat. I am gonna be wrapping this up in like 30 minutes, then they'll come out. Yes. Okay. So we're gonna try and finish this last bar here. Well, last bar for now, anyways. Which these bars are taking about half an hour, so. Well, maybe a little over half an hour. Half an hour is optimistic. But yeah, I'm gonna try and finish strong here. Oh. A little sister in chat. If you're ending it at the 7-hour mark, I'm curious what the original time goal is. So like I'm ending this stream. This is day 1. I'm definitely going to be continuing up tomorrow, probably around the same time. But my goal time to solve this puzzle going into it today was originally like, I want to say 50-ish hours, but I think it's probably going to take a bit longer than that. But that's okay. We'll make it happen. But yeah, this is going to be a marathon for sure. So I'll be here all week. Solving a 21 by 20 Rubik's Cube, solving a piece every 2 seconds. Oh man, I wish I was solving a piece every 2 seconds. We would have been done a couple hours ago, I think. Actually, it would still take many, many hours solving the pyramid, this puzzle at that speed, but it would be a bit more reasonable. Okay, gotta focus here. We're gonna do 2 turns here. Yeah, these inner layers are getting brutal. Building inner bars. My brain is not used to trying to puzzle that out. It's one of those things I'm sure with a lot of experience it gets easier. Sub 1 month, yeah. Gotta sleep. Okay, let's see here. So that 4 off? Is that what we need? No, we need 3. All right, let's take a look. I'm committing a cardinal sin of speed cubing. This is not a pauseless solve. Goodness. Should have looked ahead. Could you imagine, like, having to actually optimize a speed solve like this? Like, assuming you had good hardware, like, trying to actually accomplish look ahead on a puzzle this big. I'm sure if there was incentivized, people would take it to a superhuman level where they really are like doing pretty significant look ahead on a puzzle like this. Okay, I found the piece I was looking for. But yeah, feeling pretty good, honestly, for like 6 hours of solving pretty much straight. I'm not as fatigued as I thought I would be. Now, this is day 1, so it's probably going to change, but for now, I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good on our bunch of continental championships this week. What ended up happening to the 51 by 51? It is unfortunately an abandoned project at this point. Yeah, I didn't really run into any issues. I just it just got to the point where I realized that it's gonna take a little bit too long, and I don't have time. I think it was, for me, I estimated it to be like roughly 5-6 months of full-time work, and I am unfortunately too busy with other things. I bit off a little more than I could chew, which is saying something because I'm sitting. When will I stop today? I'm gonna be stopping in around 20 to 30 minutes. I'm gonna be done pretty soon. Ooh, okay. We got some unhealthy looking pieces over here. Not really sure how to fix that. All right, let's take a look. Bye, see you later. Will your job let 6 months off to build and solve a puzzle? Even when you're self-employed, that's a little bit too much to ask. And not quite in the budget, unfortunately. And I'm not good at like, okay, let me work on this puzzle for an hour in the afternoons, you know, and just work on it over the course of a couple years or something. I'm like all or nothing. I want to do like an all-out grind and just tackle the entire project all at once and go for broke. Just unfortunately, just not practical. But I definitely admire the people that do have the patience to just slowly pick away at something over time. That's the thing, like this Minx of Madness solve could have been done slowly and in a reasonable amount of time, but part of me just wouldn't allow that. Wish you good luck for day 2. Thank you, AW14. Would making it stickerless be hard to do? There are only stickerless 1917 and 21 by 21s. Stickerless would have been easier, to be honest. It would have made more sense than making it stickered like this. It wouldn't really present any extra challenge from like a 3D printing perspective. The reason I made this stickered is purely for aesthetic reasons. I just like the stickered look. I'm kind of more of an old school cuber from back when like stickerless puzzles were very uncommon. So that black plastic and stickeredless look is just there's something about it for me that's very aesthetically pleasing, but it's a pain, you know. Like it's super impractical. I would not be surprised if this ends up being the biggest puzzle to ever have stickers, and everybody else just like takes the hint and just makes them stickerless. Because this is kind of a nightmare dealing with the stickers on this puzzle. It's a ton of extra work. I'm losing stickers. I got like a little pile of stickers here that are falling off that I'm gonna have to glue on replacements. But yeah, we are making progress here. Making progress on this solve, just one piece at a time. This is not a fun layer. The second from the bottom layer is a particularly sticky one. There was a couple times while I was scrambling it that I realized that during gluing the puzzle, or gluing the stickers on, because each one of these stickers needed to be glued on individually, that some of the pieces had been glued together, so I had to kind of wedge them apart. Okay, one more piece for this side of the bar. Honestly, I think the curse may be broken. How long did it take to mix it? It took about an hour to mix the puzzle. Quite a ways. Get some water going. Crazy amount of condensation. Brought out some like frozen water bottles earlier. Okay. One more piece here to go on this half of the bar. I think we're making pretty good progress here. Oh man, we're closing in on 1,000 total views, which is my goal for the stream. We're getting there. Just a couple more. That's pretty exciting. Actually, how many likes does this have? Ooh, 73. That's awesome. Would it be possible to reverse the scramble footage and undo it? You know, technically, yes. I mean, now it's too late because I've done a bunch of turns off camera and stuff, but I don't know. The problem is, it would just, you know, I guess if I wanted to get pictures of this scrambled and not want to solve it, then I guess I could do that, but I don't know. Honestly, even reversing the scramble would be kind of difficult on this puzzle. You'd have to be very careful and not make any mistakes. Alright, so I'm looking for... There it is. Okay. I love it when that happens. I describe the piece and then just find it immediately. Alright, let's just make sure that if we're doing it in this orbit, it's not going to hurt the center that we've already done. We're good. Okay. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm doing a lot better on this attempt than the first attempt, I feel like. The first attempt was 7 hours, or no, it was 8 hours, and I felt much more overwhelmed by trying to find the pieces. I think that like the way I'm like sitting next to the puzzle, like it's much higher than my original attempts. This like little spinning thing that it's sitting on really helps. It's definitely a game changer. Okay, there we go. Nice. Let's get this 3. 3 should be a good turn. But I feel maybe slight suspicion. No, we're good. I gotta trust those 3-layer turns. They're never a problem. How come you look... It took you 2-year break? Or took a 2-year break. I just got busy. Very, very busy. With work and life in general. Did a lot of traveling to the US a couple times. So yeah, just life getting in the way, I guess. But not a bad thing. Things have been going quite well. Just tough to find time for the speed cubing. Honestly though, I feel like I did just kind of procrastinate. That's also a big reason. You know, this puzzle, when it's all said and done, is going to take about, I want to say, you know, this might be a generous estimate, but I think I'm probably going to wrap this up in a week, which I guess I take for granted is kind of a lot of time to dedicate to something like this, but I probably could have found the time earlier. It's just, yeah, just procrastination mostly. Okay, I thought I was gonna get really lucky here for a second, and I was like, oh yeah, 4 layers deep. We have 3 pieces already, but they're 4 from the outer, not 4 from the inner. So, gotta remember I'm count from the right side. There's 1 piece here. I'm always paranoid that I'm accidentally breaking up what I already have, which I'm not doing now, so we're good. Alright, so there's 1 piece. At least I thought there was. Yeah. This is not a great start to this second half of the bar here. You deserve many more subscribers than you have. Oh, thank you. I've just been very inconsistent in my video making, which is generally not a good thing for your subscriber count on YouTube. You're doing great. Oh, thank you. appreciate it. Okay. About 15 minutes to go here before wrapping it up for the day. It's been a great session so far, though. No catastrophes, which is just very relieving. I think if I had had multiple complete disasters, I might be not as confident about finishing this puzzle. But we had one, at about the 4-hour mark, we had one pretty bad case of jumbling that took about 15 minutes to recover from, but that's about it. There's a couple minor pops, but nothing that's really breaking the bank here in terms of time. 2 minor time losses, as the speed cubers would say, or as the speed runners would say. It's kind of a speed run. This is like a speed run of some obscure category that nobody runs. There's never been a world record in before, so it's free. Free but time consuming. Okay. So we're gonna make pretty good progress on this second half of the bar, but it's definitely not gonna get done in the next 15 minutes. Which is kind of crazy. It really should. If we were gonna solve this in a reasonable amount of time, but it is what it is. Okay, something doesn't sound good. Something sounds a little weird. I think we're okay. This puzzle, a couple times now, has made very like weird sounds just every now and then that sound like pieces falling out where in reality it's fine. It's a little unnerving, but it's still in one piece. Are you going to have a full video of the solve? Yes. Obviously not in real time because, well, I guess the real time video of this solve is going to be recorded in these live streams. So yeah, there'll be that. But I also have a secondary camera over there that is recording a higher quality time lapse. Though I think that the quality I'm getting out of this webcam, I'm not too disappointed with. I spent quite a bit of time setting this up. What kind of lube? This is Marl lube. Got a couple bottles of that handy, just in case. Which is pretty good for... I found that it's pretty much the best for these FDM 3D printed puzzles. The silicone lube doesn't seem to like soak in as well. You want something very, very liquidy to kind of get on all of the pieces. The thicker the lube, the harder that is to do on an FDM 3D printed puzzle. I'm not good at cubing, but I can sub 2 hour on an 11 by 11. That is solid. That is solid. Even just being able to do the big cubes at all is not bad. Thanks for the motivation. Gonna solve the 9 by 9. Yes, you got this. Okay. So far, we've only dropped 0.7% of frames, which I'm pretty happy with, considering this is being done on satellite internet. Not bad. Especially better than I was expecting, so... yeah. Ooh. Sure, it's already been asked, but how did you scramble? It's definitely a hand scramble. I didn't generate a scramble, unfortunately. I'm sure it could be done, but it took about an hour to scramble. I won't push myself too hard. Just about done for the day. Okay. All right, so we need the well, 4x4, but from that. Is that a piece I need? 4x4? 4x4, yes, okay. Oh, did I? Oh, no. There we go. Oh, man. Is this? No. You can never be more than 2 turns away from somewhere. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Nice 3-layer turn. Those are always easy. Always free. Wait a minute. Where did my... Oh, no! It was a 3-layer turn, but it was not the right 3-layer turn. Whoops. There we go. This 4x4, we actually just stick it in, pretty much. Or 8:45, not bad. Yep, it's been a long day. I did like a couple hours of prepping, just like getting the last little bits for this live stream done, so it has been a good session so far. I probably want to get... Took me a minute to find a piece on my 9x9. I don't want to imagine solving this monster with you. Yeah. Yeah, this is like the nightmarish version of that. Just trying to find specific pieces. Especially when you want to find not just the piece that you're looking for, but you want to find it in a place where it doesn't take very many turns to like put it where it needs to be. Oh! Ooh, okay, I think I just got lucky here. 2 pieces that I was looking for. Wait a minute, no. For a second I thought it was all 3. I thought we were going to get this bar done before the end of the day, but it's looking like we're going to be just shy. But that's okay. There we go. Slice it over. Gotta be careful though. It's easy to get a little overexcited and end up popping the puzzle because I was moving too fast. What's your solve prediction? I'd say 100 hours at this rate. Oh gosh. I'd hope not, but it might be close to 100 hours when it's all said and done. I'm not sure. This has taken longer than expected. And I feel like I've been pretty focused. I mean, I've been talking to the chat a little bit, but for the most part, I've been pretty zeroed in and making steady progress. I haven't really taken any breaks. Saying he's a monster is an understatement. This thing is a real soul crusher. It is. That's part of why I set out to make a puzzle like this. It's just relentless to try and solve. Where even, because like the problem with so many other puzzles is you know, once you know the trick to solving it, it becomes really easy. But the problem with this puzzle is it doesn't matter if you know the trick to solve it. It's still really, really brutally difficult. Okay. Yes. No. No. There's a couple pieces here that are like the opposite of what I need. It's so disheartening when you see a piece that's what you're looking for, like, oh yeah, 4 over, 3 up. That's it. But it's the mirror. It's not the one you're looking for. There's been a lot of that today. Oh, but I think I just lucked out. I just lucked out. Yes. I found both of them. Both of the pieces. That's it. It's a speed run. I want to solve like this bar here. We're getting it done. No. Wait. It was not what I was looking for. I'm starting to get my hopes up here. Starting to get my hopes up. Though I did just genuinely find one of the pieces. Okay. That's good. Oop. See, that's another thing. Gotta be careful. Is I might be focused. I fooled myself again. It's again not the piece I'm looking for. Oh my goodness. You see, this piece right here is what I was looking at, and it needed to be 1 over. I made a mistake. It's very close though. I'm gambling online right now. Shouldn't be doing that. I'm going to subscribe because you are cool at solving the puzzle. Oh, thank you. Buy the 33 by 33 or 34 by 34 and solve it. I don't think I possess the physical strength to solve it. It's too much. Gotta hit the gym first. Anyways, I don't think I'm gonna find these last 2 pieces right now. I think we've just about hit the limit here. Anyways, now that we're counting down on the last minute here, thank you so much everybody for watching. This has been an amazing stream. Yeah, thanks for everybody in the chat. It was really fun chatting with you guys, keeping me company during this crazy grind, and I will be back tomorrow to continue tackling the white side, white center. I'm gonna try and get the white center done. I know I wanted to do that today, but it's just too much. But hopefully tomorrow. I think it's doable tomorrow. I think it's doable. But we will see. Anyways, take care, guys, and I will catch you tomorrow.